Oh, I don't have Elgin's cell number. I'll send him an email.
Okay, so now we're live on YouTube. You can see the button in the top left.
Right.
And then if you click that drop down arrow, you can view the stream on YouTube or copy the link.
Say that again if I do what?
If you click that button in the top left,
Yeah.
you can view the stream on YouTube or copy the streaming link. And then I'm going to make you host now.
I see. View streaming and copy streaming link so I can send that to someone if I wanted to. Okay.
Yes. And then so now that you're the host, if you click that button again, you're able to stop the stream. So I would do that, like maybe if you want to have some like personal remarks with your students before the end, but I would just click end stream before you end the meeting so that it finishes the live stream before the Zoom closes.
Okay, so end is just ending the Zoom and, oh, wait a minute. You have to end the YouTube itself?
Yeah. So just, that's the only thing that's different.
Okay, so the thing says stop live screen. Does that end it completely?
Yeah, that ends it completely.
Okay, good. So I won't touch that. I'll leave it alone. I've already copied the link if someone wants it. And
yeah, and everyone's able to see that. So any student, I can just give like a note at the beginning, like if you want to share your review with anyone, you can just copy that link.
Okay, great. Let's do that. If you don't mind, why don't you do that when you're on our section?
Okay.
And that way, if they want to share it with anybody in full stream, so to speak, they can. Great. Thanks so much.
Sounds good. And I should be on time. I just wanted to just kind of give you a heads up in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, no problem at all. We'll get started right at 9, and I'll be spending a few minutes introducing the three of you.
Okay, great.
I'm not going to go off YouTube for that. There's no reason not to share that. And then at the end, I may stop the live screen at the end for my own last comments with the students one-on-one.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, sounds good.
Say hi to Wendy.
Great, bye.
Hi, Eric. Hi, Kayla. Can you hear me? Hey, Eric. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good. I can hear you too. That's a good sign. Kayla?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I can hear you. You can hear me. We are live streaming on YouTube. In case you have friends who want to listen in. Friends or family. So I saw at least one of our reviewers, there's Elgin, looking around at the concept board earlier, and I look forward to our review and to introducing our guests. Hi, Elgin. How are you doing?
Good. Hi, Ken. Good to see you.
Good to see
Hey,
you too.
everybody. How you been?
We're gathering. I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm good.
When is your finale?
Oh, we have still classes don't end until next Thursday, so we've got a bit of time left.
No.
Yeah. I think
Actually,
my
our classes end on Monday, but first year is always pushed earlier because they have exams and papers and lots of other stuff. So I think that's been a good strategy that we've done.
pretty smart. Yeah. I think our last review is on the 14th of May. Yeah.
Holy cow.
So, yeah, I'm buckling up at this point.
Now we're live streaming here. I sent you the link in case you wanted to share it with all your best friends, who can watch you in action.
Gotcha.
Hi, Ben. How are you doing?
Good morning, doing well. How are you?
Good, thanks. And we're gathering together. You look like you must be in your dorm room. Which dorm room are you in? You've got a nice concrete ceiling.
I'm in a wall.
Wall, yeah. That's a nice dorm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, cool. So Elgin, this is my authentic fake background. This really is the backdrop. This is the entrance to the Taylor Center, and the joke is we actually haven't been able to use the space all year because of it's pretty compact, and we just can't make it work with social distancing. So we're really looking forward to getting back in this summer. Hi, Sam. Elgin, this is Sam Spencer. He's our teaching assistant extraordinaire.
Hey, Sam. Nice to meet you.
Hello, nice to meet you too.
So it's Wednesday, so you don't have class today, Sam?
We all got permission to stay for our reviews.
Oh, good. I think I saw that email. I forgot. That's great. Thanks for the pizza yesterday. That was terrific. Big hit. The students were all thanking me, and I kept, reminding them that actually it was all of you who did the pizza. But it was impressive how they worked through those, 30 boxes or whatever it was. It was amazing. So Elgin, this is a first that we have people on 12 minutes early. And I think it's because we have, celebrities on our review. It's got to be that. I'm going to check my email to see if how Giovanna's doing.
Yeah, all of the TAs are asking in our group chat, is it 8:45 or 9?
It's 9.
All right, I'm gonna
It's
text.
definitely 9. Yeah, it's confusing. Elgin, our class meets at 8:45, so for whatever reason, the registrar told us it has to be 9 to 1. So it is. And actually, we don't have any students with conflicts, which I was pleased to hear. I don't think there are too many conflicts going over. Sam's going to let his colleagues know. And Nick's there. Hi, Nick.
Hello.
I'm introducing you to Elgin, who looks very stationary right now, but he actually picks up momentum when he joins us, I'm sure. Nick, that's
I like his profile picture.
Yeah, I know, it works. And you have a sort of dystopian office, I can see, with the.
Yeah, you know how it is. I can put a virtual background on if it's too
Oh
distracting.
no, that's okay. It looks great. It looks very dramatic.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
So Nick, I'm going to put you on the spot here for a second. Who is your favorite professor at NJIT?
Oof. That's a good question. So,
Several really good ones, I know.
yeah, I would probably have to say Jesse LeCavalier. He's phenomenal. He was my first year second semester professor, which would be this studio that you're taking right now.
Nice.
And I think he's up in Toronto now.
Hey, you're cutting in and out a little bit. I don't know if it's your headphones or.
Maybe I can switch over to my speakers because this microphone is not that great.
It works better when you hold it up, but it was definitely cutting out when it was on your. Try it.
How do I sound now?
Much better. I think it's better.
Yeah, I was just saying Jesse LeCavalier was my favorite professor.
Great.
He was phenomenal.
Yeah. Judith knows several people on the faculty there as well. One guy was on the ACSA board with her, and I forget his name. Was it John? John Case, maybe?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe I got it wrong. Giovanna, you're here.
Hey, good morning.
You were
Good
hiding
morning,
on
everyone.
you were hiding on my horizontal bar, so I didn't see you until just now.
Oh, what can I do?
No. I just
You know?
I just had to scroll to see you. It was nothing wrong with you. I just
Okay.
had to scroll.
And you're right. I met Elgin some time ago on a review at IIT,
Oh,
if I'm
really?
correct.
That's cool.
Gosh, yes, I remember.
You remember me?
Yeah, that's right. It's been a while.
Yeah.
huh?
Now that I see the face, names are
Right.
come and go, but now I recognize you. Nice to see you
Good
again.
to see you.
Good to-
Well,
And was that in the spring of
It
last
was
year?
actually the last fall, I
Last
think.
fall.
that's right.
Was
Yeah.
a midterm review with Maria, and for those schools. I remember those
Great.
in the south side of Chicago. Very interesting.
I'm going to step away for a second, but I will be back. I promise you. And the students will be gathering. Many of them are here already, and we are streaming live right now. I sent an email to you so that you could share it with all of your loved ones if you
You
want.
think I did?
I did. I copied it with someone else in
No.
Chicago.
And by the way, Maurice is leaving now. He has some kind of very important thing to do, so he's not going to be
I
watching.
mean, you're doing something much more important. Just let him know that.
I know.
He's out for us. So I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay.
Nick, what is your cat's name?
That's Enzo.
Enzo?
He just turned 2 years old,
Uh-huh.
and he's the love of my life.
Very good. He looks a little bit possessed, but that's okay. I mean,
That's just a trick of the lighting.
I see. Okay. I
He's a
believe you.
good boy.
He is a good boy. Okay.
Is
good.
Enzo a famous car racer?
Yeah, Enzo Ferrari. But it didn't really stem from there. I wanted to name a cat Terrazzo, but we just kind of fell in love with this gray cat, and he is not speckled at all. So that'll be the next cat if we ever get one.
Exactly.
You probably be the only person in the world with a cat named Terrazzo.
I mean, I don't know. It's a great name for a cat, and so I'm Italian as well. So got to get the Z's in there.
Yeah.
You
You're
may
gonna
not
have you're gonna have trouble in America though. Double Z's, you know,
See if we
and
can't
the double
hold on,
R.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called- my daughter's name is Azzurra.
Azula.
2 Z's and 2 R's.
Lovely.
And Nick, I have a spoiler alert. Giovanna is Italian.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
nice.
of course.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Nicola. Ciao.
And I'm not Italian.
Neither am I, Nick. That's all right. It's all good.
Hi, Chris. Hello, everybody who's showing up. Paolo, Linella. I think we have almost everybody here. There's Paolo. And let me just take a quick look here at the list. Kat, you're there. Yeah, there you are. Hi, Kat. Great. Well, it's 9 o'clock, or actually it's 9:01. So let's get started. And I am absolutely delighted to have everyone here together, students and faculty alike. I'm just going to offer a few words of introduction and also then pretty much jump right into the final review. But first off, I want to just share with everyone what a joy it is to have all of you together at this moment, and for many different reasons. Most importantly, it's amazing to see how your work progresses over the course of a year and how it's progressed, in fact, over the course of this semester. I think I can speak for Sam and myself. It's just been an incredible pleasure to work with all of you, and it's great to see how your work has evolved over the course of these last several months. So the joy really translates into a number of other ways too. I was thinking about how important it is to have friends and how important it is to have great colleagues. This is true for you as students. It's also true for us as professionals in the field. And we have together here 2 friends and colleagues who are sharing this experience with you and their insights into your projects, which I'm very much looking forward to. I have already introduced Elgin and Giovanna by written word, and just to add to that you've all read their bios and learned a little bit about their backgrounds and their professional accomplishments. But on top of that, we've known each other for quite some time. And in the case of Elgin, I knew him as a student when I was chairman of the Department of Architecture and associate dean. And I've known Giovanna ever since she came from Florence to teach at the University of Virginia. So we have that in common, a connection that goes back a number of years. And what that means in terms of friendship is everything. And what it also means is I've had a chance to watch their careers as they've evolved and the work they've been doing respectively in their own worlds. So it's just such a pleasure to have them with us and sharing their insights into your work and the way in which your work is presented as this great moment at the end of the semester. Nick is also someone who I've gotten to know ever since he came to Tulane. And I think all of you as students know this. Elgin and Giovanna may not know this, but Nick has made a huge impact on our school. And I've watched the school prior to his arrival. I had something to do with it as dean. And I've also watched with admiration what he's done since he's arrived, for your benefit and for the benefit of all of us on the faculty as well. So Nick is also a very astute and perceptive critic. I've seen him in action. You've seen him in action too, I'm sure. So it's great that he could join us as our local person on this review as well. And last but not least, I'll probably say this at the end as well, but Sam Spencer has made a huge impact on your educational experience this semester, and it's been for me a pleasure to work with Sam and watch him, how he's been able to bring his layer of insight into the work that you've all created as designers this semester. So I am so much looking forward to the review this morning. We will have about half of you in the first half, actually exactly half, and half of you in the second half, with a nice break in between to stretch and to get a breather and maybe step outside for a few minutes. And with that, I wanted to do one last thing, which I almost forgot. I think some of you who came on later may not have seen. We're streaming live on YouTube. If you actually have any friends who might want to jump in and take a look, they're welcome to do so. And you can send them the link that I just put into the chat for that purpose. So, and for the benefit of our reviewers, our students are going to be driving their screen shares themselves and taking you on a tour of their projects as they present. So with that, Kayla, are you ready to get started?
Yep, I am.
Great, we're looking forward to it.
Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes, we can. And you might want to get rid of your cursors. Perfect. Thanks.
And you can also expand the view with that button in the top right next to the editor.
Oh, awesome.
There you go.
Okay. Hi. Hold on, let me. Okay. Hi, my name is Kayla, and this project looks at how public and private spaces can intersect and overlap to create a semi-public space between the two. So in a typical archival space, the collections are really hidden in storage, and you can't see the materials unless you know what they are and request them to be brought to view. And so this building takes away the private nature of archival collections and gives the public a more direct view into the stored materials. The main part of this scheme is a central glass rectangular room that connects the public gallery and private shelving in the back of house. So on the eastern and southern side of the glass room, it's wrapped in the gallery and the research room. And then on the north and west side of this glass room, it's wrapped in the shelving that's not open to the public, but you can still see back into it because it's made of glass and get a sense of how expansive these collections are behind closed doors. And then inside of this glass room, there are semicircular shelves that hold the archival materials that the public can freely browse. And the circular shape of the shelving kind of encloses you in the space and allows you to be surrounded by materials on a few sides, which kind of just lets you really appreciate them and creates a more dramatic experience. And then this isometric looks at the front view of the building and the front entryway. And it shows how the gallery is also wrapped in glass, which gives you views out to the Mississippi and Crescent Park from many parts in this like front of house area. And then this back view shows the service entry, the private shelving, the offices, conference rooms, and then things like that. And so then in this in quarter scale section, it's cut right through that glass room. And you can see how the ceiling pops up to create a really dramatic space. And clerestory windows and a skylight really bathe the visitor in light in this room, which just kind of enhances the drama and really lets them appreciate the artifacts in these shelving units. And so this section takes a look at the back of house and that private shelving and receiving. And on the left is that processing room where you can enter from that back entry. And then this section cuts from the entry to the back of house, which highlights these changes in ceiling heights as you move through space in the different rooms. And in this exterior perspective, it shows that glass facade that you get views out to the Mississippi from the gallery. And you can see back into those circular shelvings. So it's kind of just a straight shot back in terms of views. And then once you enter, you come into this gallery, which holds some of Tulane's like larger artifacts with these larger pedestals. And you have views out to the Mississippi and into that glass room from this space. And then this is a perspective from inside of that glass room, and you can really get a sense of how you can feel enclosed in that circular shelving unit, and you can sit and just kind of take it all in, and you can see the skylight and clerestory windows as well. And then this is a perspective from the back of house where the offices are, and there's still room for artifact storage and just some different types of shelving. And then these are some of the artifacts I studied in Tulane's collections, and they may kind of seem random with like a fish, a marble statue, and a dresser, but I think they really show how broad the collection is and how there's such a wide variety in what the materials are that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. You might want to slide back toward the beginning. You've left them speechless, I can tell.
Sorry. Are you going to, because I don't have the hand to pull up on my screen, I don't know.
I think it's, since it's only three of you, why don't you just go for it, anyone
Okay.
who'd like to.
Okay.
And thanks
Yeah.
for asking that question, but just jump right in, whoever's interested, and I'm
Okay.
sure you'll be nice to each other.
Okay, I can start. Good morning, Kayla. Very nice seeing you and your work. I read of course, the program for the project, and I think I totally, your design totally clarifies what the purpose was, and so it doesn't really leave too much to understand, how you interpreted the programmatic pieces of the program. One question I have is actually a general question that I might be maybe able to ask everybody. Were you selecting the pieces to be exposed in the depot? I mean, those three drawings that you showed at the end, by the way, they're beautiful. Are those the categories of objects that you thought will be displayed in your design? So it was your own choice?
Yeah, we got to just kind of scroll through all the different archives and pick what stood out to us. And those aren't necessarily like the only things stored here, but we definitely, some of the designs incorporate those more specifically.
So those were also an inspiration somehow, as how you then dealt with your form, with your geometry, with your fluidity of space, etc., I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So so going into the parts is very clear also from the requirement, the front of the house, the back of the house, etc., the privacy. And I do appreciate your diagram with the 3 shades of gray, considering you had to deal with not black and white, but multiple shades of grays. The one question that I have, is there a space, there is maybe another gradation of gray that is not shown in your diagram exactly where because the darker gray is all private. But I read that there was also some space that the researchers, scientists can actually share. So maybe another gradation of gray would help to understand that there is more, it's more sophisticated than just these 3 colors, the 3 shades. Then I do, really like, you made a very bold first move that makes total sense in creating this semi-public open shelving, which is the highlight, I would say, of your space, of your design, and becomes really the focal point, and the purpose, it's well taken, and the shape is well designed for that. Of course, I love the roof popping out. I love the light coming from the skylights. So I think it's very skilled manipulation of a special part of your program. I also, I totally understand the kind of close, the dark side, the kind of very enclosed spaces for the loading and the privacy part. One comment that I have is that, the front of the house, the entrance, it's, can be more than just a series of, a door in a series of glass panels. You have to announce that in a more forceful way, maybe, and think about also, weather protection. Entrances are very often have awnings, have kind of porches over it, or they are inserting to the roof. So have that a little more articulated, that would probably help. I could definitely see a total portico, cover of awning coming all the way across the facade, or maybe just for the center part where that corresponds, by the way, to your main piece inside. The other, it's not a criticism, it's just an advice. Then when you put so much glasses, so much transparency, you lose basically the strength, you lose the value of the light somehow. So a more kind of modulated, a more, let's say, less generous amount of glass. So introduce some solid, sometimes seeing everything from the very moment that you step in front of the building through might not be the best way to invite people in, because you need to infuse a sense of discovery, a sense of wonder, the so-called the wow effect when you get to a special space. So I would suggest you probably to, create moments of transparency, but not really have this total transparency from everywhere. So be more strategic in how the light and the view comes through the building. One other thing, can you go to a section, to the section that goes, okay, yeah. I totally, this projector out onto the river, so you were allowed actually, or this is already the edge of the platform?
Yeah, yep.
That's the edge of the platform, okay. So it's not, you were not allowed to really engage the river in a more forceful way, just, punching out, putting terraces that look through the water or something like that. You didn't, probably you didn't have time to go that far. But that would be, again, this probably is a suggestion that I would repeat, is that having the river is not just engage in the view of the river, is also, you need to infuse more physical connection to the river and the people that actually happen to go through that place. So might be, view through the floor, might be stepping out and feeling the breeze and listening to the noise of water, and think about also all those poor fish in the shelves, they're dead, and maybe they could connect more to the real fish in the water. So, just be a little more extremely poetic in that respect. But
I'm going to just caution about time. Elgin, would you like to add in?
Again, concluding, I think it's a very skillful design. You did respond very well according to my understanding to the program, and the congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks, Kayla, for going first. It's never easy, right? But you did a great job in your presentation. And I was thinking about something about your glass room. Like when you started to describe it, when I was looking at the section, it felt like, when you're out, you're fishing and you throw your cage down and then you pull it up. And when you pull it up, there's this idea of what's recorded within it or what's found. And I think that's maybe one thing to focus on your work, is to make that glass room really feel like a special jewel. Or is it frozen, where you question if it's below or it's above? And I think one way to really think about that is then to maximize your transparency in the shelving in that room. And so that there's this little moment, because I did wonder, what are the requirements for those specimens? But if they were protected in this space, where it was special and you could look through, and maybe in the distance you look out and you see the river, you start to make this connection about what's happening, right? One of the magical things about museum design is the in space. That's what we used to call it, my museum. It's the in-between. It's where anything can happen. It's kind of this moment where you start to question, which you're really masterfully starting to look at. And I really agree with this idea of maximizing your entrances, but maybe you come in and you see that room in this way where it feels like it's very protected, which then kind of monitors how much transparency you have on the outside of it. I say that because I picked up on that room you have. It looks like a study room to the south of this room, which starts to kind of block off the wall and make it a bit more solid. But imagine if you came in and you saw it, those glass shelves were there. It would make a real moment where you could light those shelves and it would really feel like that room was floating in space along with the articulation you have above. I think that could be really powerful. Another thing to think about too, I think with that is the way that entry space reads. You might think about that as an end space where anything can happen, from a researcher showing an incredible specimen on a Saturday afternoon with kids, which inevitably would happen in that space, where you could wander in by accident on that great path and just see what's happening. So maybe to think about that front space a bit more communal. And I would also think with that as well, if you have this language for how those glass pieces could work, maybe that reduces kind of the volumes you have for some of the bases in that entry space too.
Nick, would you like to add?
Kayla, yeah, I'll be really brief. Thank you so much, Kayla. I think this was a great presentation. We're not even talking about like line weights or like drawing competition, because like we're so beyond that. So we can really focus on the details of your project, which is really great. I was kind of curious about what your thoughts were on the relationship to the river, because you're kind of creating this gradient of like the zone that's farthest away from the river, at least in what I think is the public area, and then the offices have these direct views. And so when people are coming in, there isn't really that strong connection, like in that along that axis. And like maybe there's opportunities to kind of like rotate this thing so that everyone is like, it's more like equitable in terms of like the public gets to have these opportunities to connect to the river when you're inside the space. And also the offices get that space as well. I appreciate that you're getting into like structure and considering like how this roof is held up. I mean, it's not just like floating. We have like a strong column grid in your plan, if you wanted to move to that drawing. But there are some like odd moments where there's like a column that's really close to a glass wall, that maybe it wants to be kind of like more responding to that grid. It doesn't need to be so rigid in like an equal spacing, but maybe there's opportunities for like that glass curtain wall to kind of get folded into that column grid, or it's offset and like a more meaningful way. And I thought maybe there's kind of like speaking about what Elgin said, I think there's opportunities for the sectional change to be more than just ceiling heights, and maybe like kind of like pushing it a little bit more and like having some like change in elevation based on the zones. And then you can get into like some ramping and like some highlights and elevating like of that jewel space in the center. And when I was looking at your renderings, I thought it was really interesting of like the layout of your shelving, because that semi-public space that's meant to like draw people in and entice people is very inward facing, it seemed like. Like the shelves were on the inside of those circles, if I'm not mistaken, if you want to go like to the end towards that rendering. And it seems a little bit backwards to me, because I think you want to be enticing people into that space and kind of drawing them in, but then they only get like a small preview of that from the outside. I mean, maybe that kind of goes back to the ideas of transparency and views and kind of like what people are shown when they enter the space. But overall, I think it's a really beautiful project, and it's look great in your portfolio.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kayla. It is always exciting to kick off an entire review, and you did a great job. So with that, you're gonna get rid of your screen share, and I believe that Zainab is going to take over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, sharing my screen now. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Okay, I'll make this full screen. All right, my name is Zainab Al-Thaib, and the intention of my scheme is to guide, not constrain people through my space by using walls only when necessary in areas to prevent much foot traffic or areas that require utmost privacy. For example, conference spaces and bathrooms. The space is instead mainly divided by glass partitions and curvilinear shelves. let's move into my concept diagrams. Although the much more freelance division of space is there, that isn't to imply that the space isn't layered by exclusivity or that some places have served very specific functions. As you can see, as you move further up north of the space gets more and more exclusive. And there's also height variations that respond to the function of the spaces. And I'll go back to my plan to show you how you'll move through the space. So once entering here, this entire southmost section is one large glazed piece of wall. So you get a very clear and open view of the Mississippi River. And this front lobby area is surrounded by glass on all sides. So you can get a view of the rest to come and also the Mississippi River, as I said earlier. And once you walk through here, you're greeted by this communal area with lots of area to work. And the walls are, and the ceiling is 24 feet high. So it's a very open space. And once you're here, you can either choose to move on to the artifacts area, or you can choose to go into this first shelving gallery unit. And after that, the ceiling drops 10 feet, and you're greeted into this gallery unit with full of pedestals and shelves over here. And this first gallery unit is surrounded by walls. So it's a very intimate space because the ceilings are so low, but you still have this glass element to give you a preview of this glass area. And once you exit through there, you have this first shelving and library area, which is still very intimate because of the lowness of the ceiling, but there's a lot more walking area and nooks and crannies that you can go and explore. And this over here is the second checkpoint of exclusivity after you enter the building, where you have to pass this person over here to get through this location where the ceiling lifts again and is walled off completely except for the windows in these conference spaces, because this is a much more exclusive space for researchers to commune, work in these little areas, gather in the conference rooms, and do their work and look at the rest of the library and exhibition spaces. So here in my isometric views, I show the heights of the ceilings and how that reacts in response to the function of each individual space. Over here, the surface isometric shows where the ceiling drops and lifts. And here I have two section views for you to give you a bit of more spatial awareness of the space. And this would be the lobby and first area where the ceilings are so high. And you see how they drop into that more intimate space with the gallery and first library area, and lift again for the communal study and research areas. And here I have 4 collage perspective views. This first one shows what you see at first entering, where it's surrounded by glass, and you get a full view of the river and of the space. This one over here shows one of the research rooms and the shelvings there. Here, this is the gallery space, which is full of pedestals with the low ceilings and is surrounded mainly by walls, but there is that little gap of glazing over there so you can see beyond the space. And lastly, this is another one of the low height ceilings with the library space for working. And just as an extra, these are the artifacts that I decided to base my my scheme around. So we have a dead fish, a dead man, and a gun, all turning to the side, if you can guess the scheme from there. And that is all for my presentation. I'll move back to the plan.
Thank you. Excellent. Who would like to?
Zainab. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciated that you kind of guided us through the circulation, how you move through the space. I was kind of curious if you thought about like an opportunity for some sort of like circular or like radial circulation, because it's kind of like you're entering through these levels of privacy, then you kind of end up in this like more super private box. that you kind of have to like recirculate back through the spaces to get out. And in your circulation diagram, originally it's really interesting because you're actually passing by those spaces on the right side. And so you're kind of like getting a glimpse of what they would be like, maybe through the windows in the spaces where there are windows. And it might have been helpful for us to maybe see exterior perspective to kind of get that sense of like, oh, what is it like to see all these like curved geometries that are happening inside, and like how does that like entice and intrigue people to be continuing? Because your most private space is kind of the entrance or like the facade wall of your space. Like you go back to your plan, your like most private zone that doesn't have any windows on the top, that's like what people are going to see as they're walking up. And like your entrance is it's like kind of hidden. It's like it almost feels like the back entrance. So I think, I mean, if I were to make a slight tweak to it, I would probably just rotate it 90 degrees counterclockwise, because you're kind of like putting your back of house face to the public. And I think you would want to see like these curving shelves from farther away. So as you're walking up, it's like, oh, what's that? Like, I really want to go visit and check out that space, instead of being this like blank wall. And I mean, maybe I'm misreading the drawings, but I don't know how bright that final space is going to be. Like, I think there's some clerestory windows, but I think even though that's a space of like research and self-focus, natural light is still like so important to have like a conducive work environment. So I would maybe consider if there's ways to include like penetrations through the facade without it with like being a different sort of space, as like it's not just like curtain wall or wall. Like there's like opportunities maybe like in narrow windows, or maybe additional clerestory windows along that outer wall, just to kind of like get more light into that space. But I really liked your collages and the style that you went with. I thought it was really clear, and the images at the end of the fish it looks really nice.
Thank you.
Zainab, I was really excited by the materiality that you were able to show, and congratulations on that. It's always hard to kind of imagine how these large expanses might start to read. But I think one thing maybe to think about is, I was imagining that your curves are almost like laps of waves on the side of the river. Like they could show up and recede, kind of hit another moment and recede, and maybe that becomes a larger diagram. Because when I was first walking in, I was thinking that maybe the purpose of you hiding and kind of coming through that space is for me to really start to pay attention to the river when I get on the other side. And so I think one way to do that is that first curved wall where it ends at those two bathrooms at the end there. To be able to see straight through, I think would be really powerful. And maybe to order that where you come in that room and you really get this moment where all of a sudden you're realizing your relationship to the water, and then also it's making you think about the collections in a different way. And then perhaps that sets up a rhythm. Exactly. Perhaps that sets up a rhythm as you further move through the building. I just think that might be a thing that makes you connect when you're in that space, and it creates a character to it as well. I think one thing to think about with your shelving is what is too high. You need to think about accessibility, about what's really there that you connect with and what you could actually see. And I think maybe reducing them in spaces that let light kind of come through, maybe from that front space, kind of speaks to the dappling that happens when you look at the edge of water when it comes along the river. I just think there's a moment that you're really speaking to with the materials you're showing in the renderings, but could also speak to the idea of how light permeates through the space. Because I think that front space is really fabulous, and what it'll create when you come through and you really feel like you've arrived in a location and in a space as well. I think one thing to consider with that also is that when these spaces, find it here, when you're in that back, I think it's that second wall that's extremely, the kind of ships becomes extremely high. If you reduce that as well, then it'll make connections back to that main room. And I think that would be really a powerful move to make on that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. I can't see everybody anymore, but it's like it's probably my Zoom. Zainab is a very, again, is an unusual way of dealing with the programmatic requirements. And I do actually appreciate your need to keep more open space. You know, you said using walls only when necessary, and using actually the shelving units as well. That's actually something that is very clever in a way and reduces the elements of separation of space to the minimum necessary. I do believe, you know, the corner entry is, as Nick was mentioning, is indeed a little bit far from the view of the people, you know, for the visitors coming. Although, you know, the fact that you have some massing around, I'm sure there would be some color, something evidence. Again, I would suggest maybe you can pull out the old entry, shift it out, and make it much more evident from afar as a beacon. You know, you see many museums that have these new interventions where the entrances are really highlighted by new material, new colors, and really scream for the people, to attract people. The one question I have is that what you gave away for the 12 offices for the researchers, or they're kind of these little offices in the corner in your plan?
So this entire darker hatched area over here is private because you have to get through this person in order to access those. So it's not only these conference rooms that are private. This entire research area is blocked off.
And I do agree to, you know, have a little more alternative to your circulation, like creating sort of a loop coming back, you know, and having at least the public part or the semi-public parts more accessible from, you know, some visitors that don't get stuck in a dead-end situation and has to walk back. You know, you've been in museums, and it's one of the less pleasant things when you have to really trace your way back to get to the beginning instead of having an alternative. Last thing is that I do appreciate the reference, and I'm sure from the, you know, the wavy shelves and your fish, you know, exactly, it looks like you really drew a very strong geometric inspiration for that. And also in the first moment, I thought that maybe the exhibit rooms where you have also those big objects, you know, the drop ceiling, it's quite powerful because you react to this compression. You know, you have bigger objects there and you have a smaller space, more compressed. So it can be very powerful. One little suggestion again, to cut the darkness and get a very strategic view out towards the river and towards the, you know, the view of the city beyond that. Just one little slice, doesn't need to be a big window, but again, to add some natural light and some also moments of relief from this compression and the darkness. But overall, I think it's a very well developed concept, and it's a very unique. I love the collage and the materiality that you suggest in your collage. So great job, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could say one more thing, I think going back to the plan, I think what you're using, I love the idea of I kind of missed that with the shelves as spatial divide. I think it's also a comment on the use of these curves. I think maybe it could have been more like refined in when you use the curve, because it's used in this entryway here when you come in, and then also this one, which kind of feel like unnecessary additions. I think maybe it would be better if they were only running this way. So it's like there's like a party of the waves in the river. I mean, I'm looking at down here, these are very light, but we have the waves that are coming in that direction as well, and like the axis of the river. So like when there's these other curves that are just kind of like not really dividing the public and private, it kind of weakens the idea of using these curves to divide the space. So I would just maybe consider, like, if you're going to do a big swooping move like that, have it be like super important. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Great comments and also a great
Well,
presentation.
I think Elgin had a response.
I was,
If you have a little time.
Oh, I'm
one
sorry.
super quick thing to say. Thank
Sure.
you, Nick. I think that one of the ways to think about that is to think about, for instance, that entry desk and your pedestals, and could have a slight curve on one side, Zainab, and then all of a sudden you've got a relationship of macro and micro. It could make this really beautiful moment, because I was a little surprised the more I looked at it when they were all rigid, because I think when you have that shape, think that all of a sudden you're having that language work on different scales, and it really works for accessibility and thinking about our different height variances.
That's great. Well, thank you, Zainab. Excellent presentation. And with that, I think you are going to release the screen. I just saw that. And Noah is going to take over.
Great. Good morning. My name is, oh, that's the wrong screen. This one.
And Giovanna, when they're sharing, there's a button on the like right above your face that you can click to like expand the view and see more people.
All right. So my scheme has, my name is Noah Leon. My scheme has 3 key qualities. The first is directing and diffusing the public through wide and open walkways and open spaces rather than doors. The second is accessibility to private and semi-public spaces. And the third is highlighting the spectacular view of the Mississippi. So the entrance over here in the middle first has a couple of key glass features, a glass exterior, and then this half glass wall, which you can see all the way through that first entry exhibit space, through this meeting room and out to the Mississippi. Once you enter, then there's this entry exhibit space with small archives that are placed around these columns. And then there are the 3 wide walkways that move down towards the Mississippi. In each of these walkways, they all have kind of a different theme, which with different sized artifacts that line your view down to the river. And when you're walking down, similar to Zainab, the hallways are created by the shelving. In the middle of these walkways, there are these middle exhibit spaces with mostly shelving, but a few artifacts, and each of the spaces has a different orientation, but a similar feel. To the right of the entry exhibit space is the semi-public storage, which you need access to be granted to. And this also has the highlight of accessibility with another half wall, so that when you're in the public space, you can look back and really experience the vastness of that the semi-public shelving. The back of house also has windows, floor-to-ceiling windows for all of these offices back here. And then the highlight of the space is this waterfront exhibit area, which has 20-foot windows and ample seating and different sized artifacts for viewing. And then moving back here, you can see the back of house storage, which allows space for a garage door for larger artifacts to be imported or exported, and a service entry, which leads to 2 more offices in the back. And then the roof height also follows the hierarchy of the scheme. So this entry exhibit space is at 20 feet, like the front, the Mississippi River view. And then there's a skylight in the entry view that only faces it's on the north side so that it faces down into the entry exhibit space, but not into the archives, which are sensitive to natural light. And then it drops back down for the back of house and that middle archive space and hallways down to 12 feet. Moving along these sections, it shows the walkways, some of these views down into the Mississippi. And this next section shows that change in ceiling height, some of the shelving. And then this quarter scale section shows how some of the artifacts can play with each other in these spaces that go all the way back. They can line up nicely, kind of like that. And then here's a perspective of this waterfront exhibit area. Another perspective of this middle area with these wide walkways. Then here's the exterior perspective, what a boat might see coming down the river. And here's one of these last walkways, the directed walkways that you can see down to the river and also the artifacts. Thank you.
Hey, Noah. Oh, Giovanna, you can go first.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Noah, I was really interested to see the different moves that you were making with your roof structure, especially when you went over to the northwest axonometric with roof. I think there was maybe a missed opportunity here to kind of either like pick one or the other, because it's kind of like you have a sawtooth roof and then you have this like clerestory lift up, and I think it's especially apparent in section B. I'm just going to sketch on this really quick. I think there might have been opportunities for you to do kind of like some stuff like this, where it's one form, but it's modified for the different spaces and how it's used. Because like there's like, it's kind of like there's like some like weird stuff going on where you have like a bump out on one side and then the other side, but like there's this like angle here that I think I just drew it right here. That I think it could have just been like way more smooth. I think there's, I think it's a really cool idea to start playing with that sort of like opening up in this like grand view of the river. I think it would be interesting, kind of like how that sort of idea relates to the rest of the project. And I really enjoyed this scheme. I think it's really clear how you're entering on this central axis, and then you're getting these like glimpses down the hallway of those views to like entice and draw people through the collection. And I think it was helpful to see in section that actually those walls and shelves they're not continuous. They don't go to the ceiling. So you have this like continual ceiling, it's like open ceiling that's kind of like the light should be like casting over there, and those angles might be really helpful for balancing the light and getting the light back into that space. I think in your first diagram, it would probably be helpful to either like have a key or different shades of gray, so because it all looks like there's just like this hatch and then there's everything else, but that's not super clear that's not true based on what you told us. So there's like more public spaces, and you can put like a little legend or a key in the bottom so that it's really clear. And finally, I enjoyed your view from the river. I think that's a really helpful view to kind of think about like, what is this space like as you're passing by, but maybe a more helpful shot would be from what do the people that are going to be actually accessing your project, like from Crescent Park, going to be, unless there's like a boat pull up, like a dock there for boats to come in. Like most people aren't going to really be experiencing your building in this way. And so like, what is it like for someone to be walking up and seeing this back wall, and how does it relate to their circulation as they're moving through? Because it's a similar thing to Zainab where you're walking along the side of this building and there is like a blank wall that's greeting the visitors. Yeah.
Okay, can I go? Okay, yes, I do agree with most of what Nick says, so I'm not repeating him. The scheme, can you go to the plan, please, Noha? Yeah, again, the plan has a very clear diagrammatic clarity, clear clarity, of course. And, but when you do, this kind of simple, your main circulation, big hole, armature needs to be really very consistently celebrated to the end. One thing that I kind of wish you had done is that it doesn't stop at the shelving towards the how are you oriented towards the west side of the, towards the room, the conference room, but goes all the way through. That becomes almost, a piece that you can extract full three-dimensionally from the platform, because you dissect your massing with this big hole. So I do agree with Nick as well, when the roof in your section B could be less articulated, more clarity. I would also go a step farther into minimalism. So like the only piece that comes out from the center is what corresponds to the big hole. And then, yes, the part along the river has, is another important shape that can be absorbed by the roof line as well. In a way, it's a very, how do you say, more like it's a very Renaissance scheme. You enter in the center, although you shift the door a little bit on the side, but I would say just enter in the center. You have the centralized hall. You have the columns that become these big pillars around which, the symmetrical base for exhibits are placed. And also I would say the same rigor in the symmetry and clarity should be brought towards the river. I mean, I find that the part to the north towards the land and the private space is quite well resolved in terms of simplicity and clarity. The one towards the river, again, when you dissect and you create these corridors with view out, they should have a stronger relations with your columns, with your openings, and also with the placement or the different stands for objects. So I would say embrace symmetry and Renaissance clarity to the maximum. It's a scheme that actually suggests that, but it's kind of stops a little away from it. That doesn't have the guts, the courage to kind of embrace it totally. Again, the view from the exterior, it's very nice. I really like the fact that, the river, coming from the river is actually an important view, because again, it's a relation to the river. One thing I don't understand is the little room that you separate in the corner, or this is like a big porch, that you offer to the river, open to the river. And I would not close off the corner in the conference room that you have on the lower left. Just keep it as is a porch, basically, that the building has towards the city, towards the river, and is a strong element. Again, that element and the big central hallway, it's what makes your project really strong.
No, I just had a couple comments, and it kind of goes back to when we talked about Zainab's work about that front room space, and I really agree with the comments. I just sketched on the first diagram that you had, just the idea of taking those through. And I think you might want to use the language of a pier. It just feels like you're kind of hinting back to the history of the site. So there's piers in the warehouse that was there, and I think to really make sure those metaphors really connect. So imagine that that first space goes through and feels like a pier, like we've said, that connects, but then brings you out through the side three. And I was seeing those as almost glass that had side doors in them that allowed you still to go through and have that in space in between each one. I think one thing to articulate, if you go to the view that's to the river, I think it would be interesting to articulate a drop. I'm not drawing this in the right place, but just for time, a drop in the roof form that kind of hints toward where those pass-throughs are, and it would shift this roof form here. Could be a really interesting way of hinting toward what's happening, that these piers, you've got this relationship that's happening in the building that then becomes something you see from the outside. Because I think the height of that could be questions at times, but maybe the way it articulates then tells you that there's this other world inside the building that you can't see maybe from the river, and there's a moment of a connection between what's in collections and not. I think that also too would really enhance this idea of your peers as they move through from the outside, and also too when you've got this open space at the end. By the way, your project also is making me think about the glass itself, and that you could do fritting on it that makes it feel like it's almost showing material and sedimentation on that side that you might use as a way to protect, the artifacts that are within from light, as you mentioned as well. But I think really making sure that that connection feels like a connection historically, but also metaphorically in the building would really help.
Thank you.
I think that Elgin's comment about this facade is a very interesting example of taking the plan diagram and then inserting it or reinterpreting it in the context of the volumetrics of the scheme. It's really interesting when you get those reciprocities working in ways that help to reinforce the original intention. So that's a lovely suggestion. And very nice presentation, Noah. Thank you for your clear drawings and also the clear presentation verbally as well. So I think with that, we're going to move on to, let's see, who's next? Chris, you're next. Chris is getting her technology up on the screen here, I can tell.
Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, and take your time. Just get yourself comfortable and set up.
Good morning. My name is Chris, and today I'll be presenting my interpretation of Petulant Depot. So this was designed around 3 central columns, which are the exhibition space, and the central exhibition space also has a perpendicular continuation of the exhibition space that cuts through two shelving spaces, and then at the top of the plan is the back of house. And these relationships can be better seen in this diagram, with the lightest gray being public spaces, the mid-tone gray being semi-public spaces, and then the black being back of house. The axonometric shows the relationship between all 3 of these spaces in a more 3D way. And it also shows the entryway overhead trellis that's meant to invite visitors into the space. And this other axometric shows the relationship between the back of house better with the rest of the space. And if you also notice, there are these small indentations within the wall, and those are display cases that have been placed into the wall. The section shows clear story windows that allow light into that central exhibition space to enhance the visitor's experience within the space. And then this exhibition section cut, I'm sorry, shows the relationship between each of the three sections, the back of house in the two exhibition spaces. And this section gives a closer view of the section, and on the right, it also shows how the shelving relates to the rest of the project. This is an entryway perspective, so it shows what a visitor would see as they enter the space, and you can also see a bit of the entryway trellis. This perspective is from the perpendicular part of the exhibition space, and it looks out into the east to west part of the exhibition space. This perspective is from one of the shelving spaces, and as you can see, the display cases are continuous throughout the wall in this perspective, so you still get a bit of that exhibition space even as you're in the more semi-public shelving spaces. And then this last perspective is from the primary exhibition space.
Hi, Chris. Can I go first?
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Chris. Very clear diagram presentations, beautiful perspectives, I must say. You really take us through the space with the very clever selection of elements to show. You know, it's not too crowded, but when it's crowded with the view, with the shelves, it really feels like you are in the real space where all these artifacts and collections are shown. So it's a very realistic, although minimal perspective drawings. So I really appreciate that. And also, if you can go to the plan, I think, you know, after the clarity and the simplicity of the diagram, this time it's very well resolved. I mean, the central hall is not only the armature, but is also highlighted by the thickness of the walls, which is a very sophisticated way to enhance a special space. It makes me think of the Musée d'Orsay or Gao Lenti, where these walls are so thick and they're carved to make space for, you know, artifacts to be exhibited. So I would also make it thicker, but that's a nice. It's already a nice heavy, a nice sign, nice differentiation of the hierarchy of the walls, basically the interior walls. Also, the clear projections out towards the river at the center, and the two rooms. So what we were discussing before, as the, you know, what comes out. You don't have an exterior elevation, a facade of that part, you know. I haven't seen it. But anyway, that would probably resolve into the clear understanding of the interior functions from the outside, massing and elevation. So that probably one other forceful way would be for me to come out, because I feel in a way it's beautiful, but it's slightly static. So that part that comes towards the river, I would really love to manipulate a little more aggressively, maybe, you know, pulling it out on stepping in, so creating an open loggia onto the river towards the edge, or pulling it out as a, you know, as a bay window onto the river. So just to give a slight dynamics to a scheme that may, you know, it's very clear, but it's slightly static. the roof over the central hall. Can you go to the section, please, to the section over section B, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here you need really to, I don't understand why one side is actually lower than the other one. I know that corresponds to the private spaces, but at that point, you have those two clear story windows. They're different. And in a context of a very symmetrical, strong element of the central hall, that might be slightly questionable. And also the roof shape itself, maybe has to be more dynamic, maybe an inverted slope towards the center with, that becomes, kind of draws in more light and makes the columns actually be more, the columns participating more to the real structure of the roof, instead of just being a column, a vertical column in the center of a flat roof. I don't know how to draw on these things, unfortunately. And I wish I could have a tracing paper, but, I don't dare to try now, because I don't want you to take you through my tribulation with this type of presentation. Overall, again, it's can you go to the perspectives, please, now? The next one. Yeah, no, the next, which yeah, I mean, these perspectives are really very well done. I like the gradient of the grays that you use. It really gives depth and scale, and then highlights the objects that you exhibit. And the next one too, I totally, yeah, it might have taken you a lot of time to produce this, but this is really what a depot might look like a little bit messy too. It's not everything pure and straight and simple. So thank you for the presentation and good job.
Thank you, Chris. I had a quick question, Chris, about materials. Did you have ideas about that central space, just what you felt those walls would be, the structure within?
Honestly, no, I didn't.
Mm-hmm. I think because, it's interesting, we were looking back at earlier images just about, the texture of it, because one thing I really feel when you're in there is you get this almost moment where it feels sacred, it'll feel quiet, and you really want to maximize the idea of shadow within that space. So I would put some thinking about that material, because I think when you come to your great perspectives, is it a limestone? What's the texture of that allows the shadow to happen? That really makes and augments that beautiful space you have. It'll increase the quiet, the sensibility of it. Maybe you should look at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chicago is a great example of these spaces that kind of follow kind of an axial pattern, but then they feel more modern in the way that they're arranged. I think one way to really think about that too, and to maximize the light effect, maybe I'll draw on this view here. I'm on the 4 slides in. I think one thing maybe to consider is the language you have of these. If they came out to, sorry, you're viewing my arthritis live, so I apologize. Here.
It's not easy to draw with the mouse.
It's like, oh my gosh. And if they were viewed from the water here, you would then again have this hint, like we just were talking about with Noah, about what's happening through the building itself. It would become this really kind of nice articulation of the material that you have on the outside here, and the glass you have here, and then these moments up here. And all of a sudden you'd have this moment that really speaks back, out to the outside, and also becomes this real sacred moment. Because I think when you close these off, that makes this a really interesting moment as idea of what's behind there. I really like this way as you come in and then all of a sudden you find that view and then you move yourself down. I think that would be a really beautiful connection. I think it's Keelhouse to the MCA, and when you're within it, you've got these moments where all of a sudden you're there, sound shifts, which it would in this space as well, and the material you have there with the light and shadow that would come in would really augment it. I think that also means one moment over here, you might want to consider this, if these are equidistant on your section, the height of that clear story with the one on the other side, so that you just have a rhythm there that just sets that off and then relates on either side as well. But I really enjoy that space because it just feels like it's going to be a space where you can concentrate, think, dwell. It'll feel different as the day shifts. It'll allow light to really make an amazing moment within there, or, in a real nice room space.
Hey, Chris. I took a page from Elgin's book and I drew on your plan diagram. If you can go to that. I think this is a really important diagram because it really is helpful in explaining your project. So kind of like adding a little bit of the extra details of like that gap for the walls and kind of like making that partie a little bit stronger. I think what I slightly changed was I was taking those really thick walls that are creating that central axis of when you're walking in, and I flipped them down to create this sort of like T shape that is like uniform in materiality of the walls and also like legibility as you're moving through it. So maybe there's an opportunity for that wall as you're walking in. This wall right here, I'm gonna do a little squiggle. That wall, this wall. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that wall to maybe also be like glass and curtain wall, because it's like defining this axis as like this is the entryway and this is the prospect. This is what you're looking at as you're coming through, and it kind of creates this like directionality of the walls and your sides being distinct from the walls that are the interior versus exterior walls, pretty much. And then maybe there's a possibility of kind of like having those thick walls folding down and kind of dividing the space there as well. So you're getting this really strong space that is distinct from the other ones. And then sectionally, I think there's an opportunity there to kind of like twist those clerestory windows and have those be up there as well. So it's not just along the center, but kind of like twisting and having this T-shape pop up that's highlighting those spaces as one. Because like there's a clerestory around this central axis, but it's the same space as that part that turns and points toward the Mississippi. I appreciated that awning, even though y'all received this square warehouse. It's kind of up to you to what you want to do with it. So especially if you want to draw people in and creating that access point, I think it's really helpful to have that trellis that's overlooking and guiding them in. I can almost imagine there being like some sort of signage at the end of that awning that's saying like this is like come on in, or what it is. I was looking at, if you go back to your plan, this hallway here, I think it could be like kind of reworked a little bit because it's kind of like dead space, you know, like it's just kind of like this circulation access that's like interstitial space before you get into like the conference rooms and the office space. And I'm wondering if that kind of can be absorbed into it a little bit better. Maybe the bathrooms don't need to be in that hallway, but they can be oriented to the left side. And so you can kind of just reduce that just circulation. So there's like a direct access into maybe I don't know, like maybe there's like a central communal space that's located there. It's kind of slow. It's and then things are kind of like off that, so that you don't have any wasted circulation space, and it's like a kind of more clear partie of like the communal space where they all join, and then the separate, more private spaces to the sides.
I'm going to call time, but before I do, I'm going to just add one other comment about process. And it's an observation really about concept board and the difference between presenting under this environment versus what you will all be doing next year when you have the opportunity to present more traditionally. And the reason I'm making that point with Chris's project, Chris, your project is terrific, and it's even better when we look at it in terms of the process that you brought together to get to this point. And you know this well, but our guests wouldn't know this, but the project actually has gone through successive transformations that has achieved the clarity and calm and sacredness that you heard mentioned by our guests. So when you present next year, you definitely want to show how the scheme has evolved in ways that really demonstrate your skill and your sensitivity toward your idea as it evolves. It looks, you know, nothing's perfect, but it looks incredibly clear and strong right now. And that's great. That's wonderful. It's cause of celebration. But it's also true that I got to watch how you accomplished that. And it was such a pleasure to see what you did in order to work through to achieve this kind of clarity. So terrific work. And I wanted to add that to the commentary because it's consistent with what you heard from others, but it has another dimension that was very much part of how you worked your way through this project so successfully. So thank you, Chris. And I think we're going to lose your screen and we're going to pick up Paolo's screen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning. Is my microphone working all right?
Say again, Paolo. Yeah, we can hear you, and I can see your screen as well.
So good morning. This is my project for the Piety Morph Gallery project, and this layout right here is based off Aldo van Eyck's sculpture pavilion, which I would consider my present for this whole project. From this previous work, I found the interest in the contrast between the curves and rectilinear elements and the spaces created by the curved components of this project. And this is reflected in the plan diagram for this project in the single curve that contrasts with the orthogonal spaces in the rest of the layout. Through the iterations, I eventually arrived at a diptych style layout, which would separate what the public, the private, and the semi-public spaces. In this axonometric diagram, you're able to see the difference in density between the spaces, the office spaces, research area, and loading areas being much lighter than the more private storage areas. To further that concept, I also played with the ceiling heights, making the research area, which is one of the most important ones in this whole project, having the highest ceiling, and then different heights for the storages and for the storage areas and the office spaces. In this section cut, we're able to see the density of the three different places. In the leftmost space, which is the public space, there's not a lot of density at the moment. And then in the research space, we're able to see how it starts to get denser with furniture and people. And then in the storage area, we find the densest space filled with shelving units. In this other section, we're able to find the same idea going on as in the research space, which has the highest ceilings. You find it denser, more densely packed furniture and exhibitions. Through this perspective, one is able to see the importance of the curve and how it contrasts with the rest of with its environment, as everything else is rectilinear except for that single curve, which has high tall glass panes. this perspective shows the interior of that space looking outwards towards Mississippi. And here we're able to see the how the public space and the research space would be seen from the water. And lastly, a perspective from the storage units towards the Mississippi, which emphasize that there's two types of shelves. One which is more focused on exposing the artifacts towards the public space and the exhibition spaces, and then the rest which would keep the objects more hidden into the private spaces. Yeah, that's all.
Great, thank you, Paulo. Elgin, do you want to kick it off?
Sure. I had a couple questions, Paula, about the relationship between the research room and the collection space. Can you just talk a bit more? Because I'm just wondering about the fact that you've got such a mass amount of collections that are contiguous in there. And is there a way in your thinking where you're thinking about maybe moving those research offices kind of more integrated into the space a bit? I just say that because I think it might be interesting to consider if they could act as the buffer and kind of go into that space to almost give you not only circulation, maybe a view to the river beyond, but then still provide you with, protection for the collections. I just wondered if that was one of your thoughts at one point, Paula.
So the way that I saw this project was having two types of artifacts. The artifacts that would be exhibited would be in the front, in the much more public area, whereas the artifacts or the research items would be kept in the storage in the more public space, more private spaces. So the way that it has the research area has access would be through these hallways, and they are not explicitly open towards the public.
Sorry, right, and then everything in the collection is not open at all when you're there. Like this entire, sorry, if I'm reading this right, everything in black exactly on that back end is not. I just think it might be something to integrate that in because I think that's a large expanse of collections that are there. And if you broke into that with those spaces, I'm just trying to see how that would be something that would actually alleviate some of that because I think that continual way of listening in there is it might feel a bit much by the time you're at the end of it. I think another thing to think about with that is that would also then allow you to have more natural light for those spaces there because when they're in there and they're centralized, it limits you thinking about the amount of time you'd be in there for natural light and also just sustainability within that as well. One other thing to think about, I think with that too, is that when you walk in, I want a sense of arrival. I think that really sets this up as an entry space there, where the bathroom is kind of attached to the side and where there's that little kind of moment that breaks out there. I think you'd want to make that something that really has a sense of arrival to it as well. Paul, another thing too, I just wanted to go back to your original image of the sculpture pavilion is that the reason I'm kind of suggesting that is that there's an idea in that diagram that allows you to have moments within. And so this idea of kind of maybe moving these offices back into that collections area gives you those moments within as a way that this feels like it's a really special moment. I'm in there, I'm surrounded by these amazing collections. It becomes sacred. When I see that, it just speaks to that. If those striped lines on the outside, maybe those are your collection pieces. Those ones in the middle might be your desks. This idea that I've gotten in here, I'm really focused. I'm in a magical space of really understanding and studying and connecting.
Yes, I'm actually like to piggyback on that. There are two images, Paolo, in your presentation that are striking. One is this first diagram, and one is the perspective view at the end. If you can go to that one there with the view over the Mississippi. Can you actually tell me where that perspective view is taken from in your plan? Can you show me in your plan where is the point? Yeah.
It's from one of these corridors between the shelving.
Oh, okay.
Towards.
So you mean that glass is transparent? You know, wasn't really clear. The glass at the end of the shelving is transparent. Yeah. Okay. What for some reason I thought there was actually in the other directions. You know, where the end of this archival shelving, there is actually a gap, and you have a view out, because unless the collection really requires darkness, you know, for fragility of the objects, you know, it's always a plus if you can insert a relief of light and view, even in that type of dense archival situation. Then I do agree with Elgin. I mean, the offices for the researchers are a bit kind of claustrophobic and introverted. I mean, it's like you don't really have any source of light or anything. So maybe even if it would be great to integrate that to the archives, as Elgin was suggesting, or at least, you know, just puncture some skylight to have. That.
In one of the sections, we are able to see a clear story.
Yeah, I saw the clear story in the isometric view too, but it's so thin that I don't really think they're getting much light there.
Yeah. So light, you know, you think about people spending hours there. I know they have this big room on the side that can have relief and, you know, enjoy views and etc. But their workspace is pretty important to have a little more lively features. The one, going back to the diagram, I was actually very intrigued by the diagram, and I wonder if the selection of one curve, which is not even, you know, it's just a partial curve, is not even a semi-cylindrical element, if that can be, you know, it was actually, you were kind of scared of bringing more strong element into the middle of that, you know, orthogonality, because the initial diagram suggests, again, multiple, and even if it's not multiple, even one taken by itself is not so partial. It's not just this semicircle that happens at the end of a rectangular shape. So, I mean, if you want to put a curve, I would suggest you to be more forceful and more brave, and really make the curve stronger and more complete. You know, doesn't have to be a cylinder, but even a cylinder would be great, you know, inserted into this mass of orthogonal elements. And at that point, the cylinder could actually pop out from the roof in a much stronger way. Can you go to the view from the axonometric view that shows the roof not farther out? Not the one, yeah, that view there. You know, you insert this very important shape into this box, but doesn't really project out, doesn't give the, you know, the present is not as celebrated as it should be, because it's your element, you know, the off element to the grid. Another thing, you know, I don't know the compression of the curve with the exhibit room, how you manage. You have another perspective that shows the person, yeah, not the other, go farther to your, yeah, that one there. You know, their relationship looks a little bit could be, again, more enhanced and stronger. Maybe not all this glass again, but just, maybe some kind of slot. And, again, the fact that you resolved your odd shape, your singular shape in glass somehow takes away from the strength of the geometry itself. Think about, thick walls, think about material, et cetera, et cetera. And with very selective points of transparency and view out. So that would be my suggestion, but thanks for the presentation, Paolo.
I'm going to call time here, but I just wanted to mention one thing that Giovanna said about the perspective. I totally agree that that perspective is phenomenal. And it's possible to have that perspective and the one on the side that Giovanna had mentioned. In fact, I noticed that Nick had put a diagram into one of the backside axonometrics that anticipated that same issue. You could have both of those, and they're both really exquisite ways of framing the dialogue between this archive and the Mississippi River in very tangible and compelling ways. So Paolo, thank you for that. That's my little timer going off. And
if I could say just one quick thing, Paolo, I think we might have been thrown off by the introduction of the precedent, because it's just including that one curve isn't really strong enough to say like, I'm inspired by this sculpture pavilion. So either like including more curves or just taking it out, because I think it was just maybe a little bit distracting from the overall presentation.
Yeah, fair point. We have one more project before our break, and that would be Ben. Thanks, Paolo. Good project, very nice.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ben. This building is organized around a series of parallel arrangements of elements which run from north to south. So beginning with the trees at the exterior, and then the pedestals in the exhibit, the shelves in the archive, the tables in the reading room, and then the arrangement of furnitures and offices in the back. So the idea was really to have these vertical strips of density, which form voids of spaces in between. The south facade of the building is staggered here as these strips of solid and void protrude out towards the Mississippi at different levels. And it actually forms this patio space in between the archive and the offices just outside of the common workspace. The main divide between the front of house and back of house is this really large wall here that spans the entire length of the building. And it's actually 4 feet thick. So you can see, going back to the view of the exhibit, you can see that there's slots cut out of this wall that allow the pedestals to slide in, and some of the artifacts can be viewed in these little recesses in that wall. And then in section, you can see again how this wall is really trying to be the main visual part of the project, because it's also the highest element, the tallest element. So it's this peak as the roof line slopes up toward it on either side. And then this section shows, again, the linear arrangement of shelving in the archive. And looking in from the other side, the parallel arrangement of pedestals in the exhibit. This is another view of the archive showing these shelves in perspective and a dense cluster of smaller shelves to the side. The furniture arrangements in the office space. And again, the linear arrangement of pedestals in the exhibit. And then another parallel element, the trees at the front of the facade. And then this was one of my initial schemes, which sort of helped me figure out how these masses of density could form spaces in between, and then having this divide between the front of house and the back of house. These were some of the objects from Tulane's collections. And this was one of my precedents, which I wanted to speak about real quick. This is the Danteum by Giuseppe Turagni. And a couple of the elements that I adopted from this include the way that these two walls are offset, allowing this compression into the space. And then you'd have to circulate around to get to this space. So jumping back, I just wanted to show how that connects. There's sort of a similar thing happening at the entry where these two walls are offset, and then you enter into the entry space and circulate into this gallery. And then another thing is that there's this really dense cluster of columns here, which in my case, I used as shelves and pedestals, and yeah, shelves and pedestals. And then also this main divide between the two spaces being in my project, the concrete wall. So that's it, thank you.
Hi, Ben. I can go first. I'll be very brief. I do appreciate your architecture reference, and is one of my favorite buildings, actually, favorite designs of Terragni. And I think, you know, you've taken some of the suggestions very, very well in your plan. And again, I do love I love the articulation towards the river. Is actually the first one that we see that has this, the edge is eroded and is articulated in a more various way than before. Again, creating this patio from the living room or whatever shared room towards the river, I think is a very important moment. And also pulling back from the entry. Could, you know, if you go to the view of the entry wall, I'm a little bit doubtful of the trees location. You know, again, it might not even be necessary to put trees there because, I mean, first of all, they're very close to the facade, but also because we are really talking about so many elements here. You have light, you have water, you have sun. I mean, introducing the greenery seems a little bit unnecessary. Or maybe if you want to put trees, why don't you create a bosque of grid of trees on the platform somehow? I don't see that adding too much from your exhibit, because the pieces that are important are the pieces that you exhibit there in that first piece that the people encounter approaching the building. And of course, the wall, I totally think is the best move, you know, the thick wall that you can carve in and can become, again, we met thick walls before, you can enhance it in materials, you can actually make it even more projecting, not only in height, but also in length. You know, I wouldn't mind to see that coming out and projecting over the cantilever over the river with the kind of, you know, force that you want to. That wall has to hold a lot of strength, you know, a lot of symbolism and a visual and also physical. So it's really you could push it to the limit. The final thing, and then I pass it on, is that if you go to the elevation, to the 3D from, yeah, continue. There is a 3D that shows the outside. Do you have a 3D from, yeah, that's one. Yeah, again, be mindful on these, you know, the trees, okay, let's see, the trees are not necessary, but also the roof, the intersection between the facade and the roof has to be more elaborated, and the roof can maybe project out, become an awning, can actually come all the way out and cover the little space that you carve in the corner. So, you know, it's not just a cap on a glass box, you know, and also the thickness. I know you didn't have time to resolve that, but, you know, think about the roof and the roof line and the thickness and the relationship between the vertical and this cover on top in a more, how do you say, rich way. But overall, I really like the project. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you.
Hey, Ben. I think this is a good place for us to start. So that arrow I drew there, it's not a very good perspective arrow, but it's kind of like things that we've talked about with previous people, how like the entrance is hidden. And I think you might have taken it to the next level in that like the entrance is now facing away from people and they have to do this weird loop around. So if you can go over to your plan, I drew some more stuff on there. Yeah, so you kind of see I made that little squiggly around there. So like now people have to kind of pass your entrance and then hook around and come back in, which is not super ideal if you want to kind of be drawing people in and creating this sort of access. Also, I was really thrown off when I saw this originally because the trees, I mean, I completely agree with Giovanna, like I don't think they're necessary at all. And the way that they're drawn, they look like columns. I mean, they look like they're the same size as the pedestal grid in your precedent study. So if you're going to include trees, kind of look at how trees are drawn in plan and like maybe just do like a tree covering and like a small circle, but besides the point. So I think we've seen Chris did some thick walls to kind of define the space of the gallery versus the more private spaces. But I'm not as convinced with this thick wall with these protrusions happening inwards. I wonder if there was a way maybe to, instead of it being such a thick wall with only program happening in such a small area, for there maybe to be some sort of push and pull where the leftover space is being used by the space on the other side of the wall. So it's not just like this like one cutout. I think it's especially apparent in your isometric view on the next page, next slide. It's like the thick wall is only really satisfying this one little spot right here. And then the wall is kind of like not really doing much else. I would say like a thick wall would be great if you have like some sort of roof structure that's like coming down and supporting it. But we're not really getting into sort of that sort of thing for this project. So I don't really know what that thick wall is doing unless you kind of like give it more meaning, like Giovanna was saying, like extending out over the river, having more functionality to it. And there are just some kind of like some awkward moments in the plan. If you go back to that, like there's this like balcony area here that that kind of just is like kind of unusable. Like I think I would just like kind of just like push yourself a little more to kind of like consider how these details will come across when we're checking it out. It kind of looks a little bit like rushed. And also there's this like long circulation corridor that's happening here to get to these offices that I think I could be tweaked and revised so that you don't have these like long dead ends to get to one or two more offices at the end of the hall.
Ben, one of the things I was thinking about, I did a little sketch on your section, if you wanted to move over there. I was thinking of the idea of that wall. I kind of seen it as, I drew off to the side here, almost like a void that captured the pier structure below. Maybe it was a way of kind of hinting at what's happening there. And to think about whatever is displayed, I just drew some kind of little moment here. I'll just point to it in red. No, in blue, sorry. And I'm actually moving that down to where it's at a height that you saw. You can actually see it on this.
And can you zoom in on that?
Yeah, okay, perfect. The idea that moves down to where that dotted line is, and imagine it on that back side of the wall. You could actually see the activity happening in the collections where you can't go. But on this side, you have a display opportunity. It would really start this language and give purpose for that wall as this vehicle, right? Maybe it's something that rotates, because, you know, just from my museum days, we would make sure that that's a space to show off very specific collection pieces, so that maybe if you're wandering around and you come in that space, you're always seeing a rotating amount of what happens, which is kind of one of the big goals of museum life, because you've got so many collections and you want everyone to know what's really there. That wall maybe is this way of connecting from what you can access, what's public, private, in this way that becomes a voice to the city. That could be a really powerful move. And I think if you move that down, and if you look back to that other wall, I kind of kept it going through, it gets that linear effect that you talked about. So maybe it's not just the trees, it's a marking that happens in the plaza, which then comes in and makes the axis for this and then repeats back in the building itself. And that becomes a way of ordering it. So it's all about this way of telling you what's in the space and what's out. I just think that would be a really beautiful moment to look through there. See a person right here, right? A researcher, and you're there, and all of a sudden you'd be surprised. These moments are really spectacular because they could actually create a career. They become educational, they're exhibitions, they're multi-layered. and then this becomes a real community room. I think this really goes along with the other comments about that door then, because you really want to focus on this really being an open room that's easily accessible too on that front side.
Great comments. And
That's a great idea.
I love the way that all three of our reviewers have kind of connected with this project and amplified its inherent qualities, which is really a tribute to the project and to our guests as well. I'm going to actually invite Elgin to offer a few concluding remarks because unfortunately he has to go and teach his own class, so he's going to leave us after this first half. It's been great to have you with us, but Elgin, do you want to offer some comments and perspectives, and then Giovanna and Nick will have an opportunity to do it after the second half.
Sure. Thanks so much, Ken. And it was really great to be with you all this morning. First, congratulations. It's never easy working in Zoom, right? And working in this way. And so congratulations on what you were able to accomplish and also the deep thinking that you have here. Maybe I could give you just one bit of advice about reviews. Reviews are beautiful after you've had a bit of a rest, right? You think about what you did and you take the comments and then you kind of get calm with yourself. And one exercise I always love to do or just sit down and to draw a series of vignettes, small sketches of what you heard and what you experienced. There are moments I was thinking about while watching these, I wanted to imagine what did it feel like being at the top of the Rainbow Bridge and looking at your building? What does it feel like and what does it say to the city? What happens when I'm on the trail? And when I'm on that trail on a Saturday, what does it feel like when I look toward your public square space? What are the activities there? What happens when I come to the front and I hit that front space, or I hit that moment where I really come from the outside to the inside, I break through this threshold? What's a quiet moment when it's a beautiful afternoon and light comes down onto one of your objects? Perhaps it's an idea where you do a series of these sketches to think about visitor experience. These spaces are really required on how you experience in them as a family, as a student, by yourself, with others. And there's a lot of magic from the comments that you've gotten to think about how you could propel that, because we all know that when you've got that for your portfolio, it becomes a great talking point. But just to spend a bit of time to really think about how you could integrate what you've heard, but also to think about experience. And I think when you're sketching too, you're thinking about how light affects, and you're also adding ideas of material as well. But thank y'all. I think it was really great to see y'all and be with you all today.
Wonderful, Elgin. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're actually going to take just about a 5-minute break because I would love to continue. This has been fantastic so far, and I'm really excited about seeing the second half as well. So let's get back together again at about 10:51 our time. And Elgin, take care. Good luck with the end of your semester as well. See you in 5 minutes, everybody, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Great to meet you.
Take care. Nice meeting y'all too. Take care. Good to see you.
Hi, Lanella, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hi, are you all ready to go?
Yeah, sure.
Great. Others will be joining us, but if you wanted to fire up your screen, you could. Perfect, thanks. It's coming up. Lanella, the sections and perspectives came out very nicely. It's beautiful.
Thank
So we are going to get ready momentarily. There's Giovanna. Hello, Giovanna. I see Nick, but he's with Enzo or whatever the cat's name is called. Enzo, that's right. Let's just wait 1 second. It would be. I saw Nick just a second ago going into our digital output lab. I think he was maybe quickly troubleshooting something. Okay. Well, while we're waiting for Nick to show up, I just wanted to say how impressed I am with presentations, both graphic and verbal. It's really wonderful to see and hear how you tell the story of your scheme. Each of you have already, and so it's great. So Nick, welcome back.
Hello.
We are ready to begin with Lanella if you're ready.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Lanella, it is all yours.
So good morning, my name is Lanella, and on the first board we can see the spatial diagrams which are here to help us understand the spatial organization strategy used for this project. And here in the first, we can see the existence of both the private space and the public space, the back of house and front of house, which was fundamental to this project. So, and in the second one, we can see how it is organized more detailed. And for the spatial organization strategy, I was inspired by Le Corbusier's spatial organization strategy in his designs, and I created a story-like feel to the space. So when you enter through the entrance would be the introduction, and then we go through hallway into the main aspect of the space, which is this is a meeting room. It's considered back of house, and kind of comes within the public space to create a more immersed environment for the people there. This is my plan, and here we can see more detailed the spaces and which is the function. So here is the lobby, and then this is the exhibition area, and here's the meeting room I mentioned. This space is the back of house, which is private, but people can be granted access to use the archive and the research rooms, which are back here. These are the meeting rooms, which I wanted to create this way in order to celebrate the repetition, and they're divided by these fins that are kind of protruding outwards. I've used glass for this, which is the main aspect for the meeting room
for the outside in order to view the Mississippi River, and then between the archive and the exhibit space in order to create a more immersed environment once again and create a relationship between the both. Here is an isometric view, and here we can more clearly see the space and the difference in the ceiling heights between the public and the private space, and the kind of what is going on outside in order to invite us inward in the building. These are my sections. Here you can see where exactly they're cutting through. I chose this section in order to highlight the relationship between the archive room, the research room area, which is the private space, and then the public space, which is the exhibit area, and it shows us the meeting room and the back of the lobby, since this is all glass. For this section, I chose to highlight the main aspect, which is the meeting room, which I said before, and then the exhibit area and the lobby. I have another section which goes through the same space before, which is the main space and the lobby, but it's looking inwards toward the rest of the building in order to highlight this relationship between the archive room, the private space, and the exhibit area, which is here. And these are my perspectives. This perspective is looking from the outside and is showing us this part here, which is how we're invited inside the building. And this is a perspective from the archives, and we can see through to the exhibit area. This is another perspective from the outside, but it's more focused on the difference in heights between the public space and the private space, and the fins which are dividing the offices in the private space. And this is my final perspective, which I felt is most important because it highlights the exhibit area and the space, the private space, which comes inside the public space, and how we are led through to the exhibit area. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
No, thank you so much for that presentation. It was very clear, and I thought all of your drawings were beautifully composed and really well done. Kind of starting off with the initial diagram that you showed, that was really helpful for us to see the part T of the public versus private, and then kind of like a reduced version of your plan. So I thought that was really well done. And kind of moving over to the plan drawing, I think it's really helpful how you were also including that awning that's kind of like inviting people in and kind of creating that access. I don't really have many critiques. I mean, I think it's really well done. I think there's opportunities for things not to be so rigid as like a door in a wall for privacy. Like you could, like, for example, I drew that arrow there. You could probably reduce the amount of like opaqueness along that outer facade so that there's light and views coming through. Like maybe it's like a frosted glass so that you're only left with these like solid walls here. And in terms of privacy, like they could be using curtains or it could be a frosted glass. I think that might be like a stronger sort of access so that even though they're in the private spaces, they're still getting a good amount of natural light because like this area, this zone right here might be the darkest because it's dropped down. It's not getting the clerestory window, and it's like kind of blocked off from that light coming from the south. So I think kind of like having that as be a way to like flood through would be really clear. I had a kind of more of a technical question for you. How did you produce these perspectives and your renderings?
I used Rhino and then V-Ray, and then I edited them in Photoshop at the end.
Nice. So I think maybe the textures are a little bit overwhelming, I would maybe think about kind of combining the V-Ray and like the rendering style with like the line drawing and the collage style that some of the other classmates have shown, because like we're really seeing some like strong like wood texture and concrete texture, but that's not really what it's about yet. It's more about like the composition of the spaces and kind of how you move through them. So kind of bringing back the lines overlay into them and reducing the resolution of the material would I think be really helpful towards like being able to focus on what's important in the drawings, in those images.
Thank you.
Hi, Linella. Very nice. I mean, your design shows a good level of maturity and skill and sophistication. And so I don't have much criticism, but probably I can actually have more of a compliment in, the way that you describe the project, the process from the diagram and through the perspective. I really like the fact that you try to overlap, integrate the private and the public. Your first yellow and black diagram was quite strong and convincing, and you have been able to transform that into a real plan, which, by the way, in the first plan diagram is so clear and minimal. It's the fact that you move it's a conference, a meeting room within the public space also adds a lot of vitality to the public area, because you can come in, look at the exhibit, but also see people discussing things, and I think is a quite enrichment of the space overall. Your sequence through the space is very clear. Your choreography or circulation is quite successful. And I do love the perspectives. I think, actually the materiality that comes through, it's very convincing. And I must say, I'm very, with your elevation, the minimalist, that the final elevation is so, so minimalist, modern, pavilion-like, inspiring. And the only one maybe suggestion I can offer is that the part with the offices could be more solid, not just the floor to ceiling, transparent, translucent wall, but have more of the supposed travertine, I think, that comes through and render more solid. So the corner with the big open window, the curtain walls and the statues looking through becomes stronger. So again, modulate more your moments, but I think you've done a very nice job and quite sophisticated. Yeah, just limiting the windows to now continue more the solid onto the side. Now, who's doing that?
I was saying the opposite of what you're saying, Giovanna.
Really? Yeah, no, I was saying,
Yeah.
I was saying actually, it's too bad. Can I use this thing? No, I can't really use my pencil. But anyway.
Don't worry, I'll undo my drawings.
No. It's the fact that, having the material of the corner continue more solid onto the side, that becomes, more rhythm of openings onto the lower part and then the large opening onto the corner. That's what I was saying. It's hard to say in words when you could actually do it much easier.
But it's kind of fun because we've got dueling critics here who are debating on Linella's behalf. It's
I know, yeah. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting moment because I'm also comparing this to the plan. And it seems, if you want to go back to that, it just seems like a weird moment where you kind of like have that wall turn the corner there. And I don't know. I mean, I think I think either it should continue more or not be there at all. Because it's like this moment of it's like rotating and turning, but it's like not enough for it to be like
Maybe can you draw it going towards the other side for me, Nick?
Can you zoom in a little bit on that area, Manila? So like this is the area that we're seeing, like that's that wall right there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but
I would say either it extends more or stops, and it's like, and then that's what you see outside, you know?
It is, no matter what, it is an important moment in your scheme.
Yeah.
And it's interesting how that specific place and the details that make that place happen are a source of fierce debate. Friendly.
Yeah.
But that tells you a lot about how important it is in relation to your diagram, your scheme. And I could see it going either way, or maybe even both ways.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting conversation, and nice that the project can generate that kind of debate, design debate.
I had a quick question. If you can zoom out a little bit, I put an arrow on the top. What is the function of this space? Because it has a distinct and different facade condition. The arrow on the top.
Yeah, it's the loading area. This is why the facade is different, so we can load stuff inwards.
I see. Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I think going into this project, we had questions about access and like orientation, but it seems like, maybe this is a question for Ken. Was the entrance on the right, or the right side of the building defined for the project?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, because we're definitely like, we've been questioning like its location and how to like draw people around the corner.
I should have made that clear up front. That was, and the loading dock had to be on the north side somewhere.
I see. Oh, this is north.
North is up. Yep.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, because I think we haven't really even I think we only saw like one view of like a perspective view of the entrance to the building. And I think that might be a really important view to show if you have time to go back, because like you don't really want like a loading dock on your front facade of your building. It's like, or is this the front facade and we're reading it wrong?
That is one of the inherent challenges or even problems of this site. Just FYI, the faculty debated whether we should actually have a site at all. This whole project could be done without a specific site. But it is true that it's kind of a tough situation for everybody, and how you manage that is, up to each of the parties and so on.
Yeah, I think since we do start to see some site and we start to like assume access and orientation, and I think these are just bigger conversations that you'll start to have to think of when you get into your next year in your housing studio. But for now, I think this is a really great project that we can start thinking about those details. And just a quick clarification, I hear the ringer. I thought the renderings are great. I just think that if your work is at this level, I think you can be pushing it more and like get into like a more collage style and kind of like having some like line drawings popping in and out with like precise textures. Like imagine if the only texture in that elevation was that travertine facade and everything else was just line work in the background. I think that would just even pop and highlight it even more.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Very good presentation. Thank you so much, Lynella. Lovely to see the work at this point. With that,
Ken, you're muted.
yeah, Zach is next, and I was inviting him to come up to the concept board, and I didn't realize I was muted. But thank you, Sam. And Zach, you're going to want to get rid of the little arrows flying around there.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Wait, I actually forgot how to do it.
It's under view.
Yeah, it's under view.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're going to get butterflies. There we go.
And then also you can expand the where next to where it says reviewer.
Where is review?
On the right, in the top.
Okay, it was blocked by all the Zoom people.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Okay, cool.
Thank you.
About that.
All good.
All right. Hi, my name is Zachary Rich, and today I'll be presenting my iteration of the two-lane depot. The depot is divided into a public and private space to present, research, and store various artifacts. A key theme of my project is teasing out areas of the scheme that hold importance before they are revealed, ideally inducing a greater sense of exploration in the visitors. Yeah, I'm going to move on to my concept diagram. I'll showcase both of them. Here's my concept diagram, which shows the separation of spaces and the varying roof heights. In this project, the heights of the roof are another indicator of the intended flow of movement throughout the space. The 18-foot ceiling height serves as a benchmark for the continuous movement of that space and the purpose it serves, introducing the building and guiding the flow of visitors towards the exhibition spaces. Moving on to my axonometrics. I'm going to start with this one over here on the right. Approaching the depot from the entrance plaza showcases a view of the depot's public presentation space, framed by a grand gesture of a 14-foot semicircular glass facade. Let's see if I can zoom in a tiny bit more. Entering from the plaza into the front of house grants a view of the most prized artifacts in the depot, located in the back of house, separated from the public by panes of glass spanning the length of the preliminary entrance sequence. This gesture serves to excite the visitors as they enter the space, just as this glass facade did to visitors approaching from the plaza. Moving past the check-in desk, provides a view to the Mississippi River, which is followed by interactive shelving, pedestals, and a view back out to the entry plaza through glass, effectively encasing the eastern facade of the main public space. And we'll get another quick view of this one. Okay. And as you can see here, this 18-foot space has 2 foot of extra glass to allow for a greater light circulation in that grand space. And moving on to my section cuts. Here you can see section cut A, which is pictures at quarter scale, cutting through the scheme from the north loading dock to the extended roof portion of the public space, showcasing both the back of house presentation storage area and its relationship to the more standard interactive pedestals and shelving located on the right side. Section cut B, I'm going to move on to now, is pictured at 1/8 inch scale and cuts to the office space and reinforces the roof relationship within the scheme. And section cut C cuts from east to west, similar to section cut B, and offers a first-person view into the importance of the entering sequence and how the language is much more presentation than research-based than the left side of the diagram. And here you can start to see how important this space is to the concept of the scheme, and how it's not interactive, but it showcases and teases out what you may be able to find around the corner. Moving on to my perspectives. The first view looks back at the front desk display area and reinforces the importance of the heightened roof, sectioned off storage area, which is able to still hold importance even after you've moved past the front desk. And another important gesture seen in this perspective is the ceiling height change and alignment with the shelving units here, which helps to create a space for continuous movement of the open hallway and separation from the study and the presentation of artifacts over on the right space. And moving on to my next perspective. The second perspective shows the grand gesture located by the entrance, which gives that first view into the context and purpose of what this building might entail. And the next one. Next perspective, it gives a closer view of the entrance sequence and showcases what a common view back towards the entrance would entail. Final perspective displays a private office space and how this same idea of separation of spaces can be created not by walls or rooms, but rather through shelving or varying roof heights. Here you can see how these shelves work to separate off, but not section off this work area over here and some offices and desks. This idea ties back in the main theme of the project, which is again, to induce that greater sense of exploration within the visitors. And finally, I thought these would be very helpful to include. These were of a previous assignment which we were assigned, working with shelving and pedestals and spatial relationships, what's useful, what's not useful. And as you can see, I was working a lot with, maybe one or two grand gestures per plan. It's this semicircular separation here, and this main presentation space here. And so that effectively helped me transition that language to a greater scale. And another last point that I wanted to mention was this soft separation between spaces can be created by just the end of shelves, and that reappears a multitude of times over my scheme. And thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a little long-winded, but.
Can I start? Hi, Zachary.
Hi.
Can you go to the plan first, please? Okay, so the entry plaza, I understand the entrance and the lobby is basically in the center, where you have the big, and the space on top, the one north of the lobby, what was that about?
That's so that is effectively a storage area. However, this bottom portion is used to present, and the most prized artifacts in the depot, since they're locked away behind glass, but it serves to get the visitors excited about what's around the corner, what could be next, what am I here for,
While in the semicircular space, you locate the exhibit itself, the public exhibit. Okay.
Yes.
I know this might actually be a little kind of confusing, but I wonder why you haven't flipped the circular space on the north in a way that, just really makes it more enticing to people to see that kind of a very strong geometric shape that becomes the first thing, that draws people.
Oh, in. I see. So up on this north right corner,
just I would just play with myself between those, and then I don't know, maybe you had to reconsider how to do the shelving and the storage, but also because at the end, if you look at the circular shape towards the river, doesn't really engage the river that much.
Yeah.
While you would like to have more open, more transparency towards the river as well, because you have a solid wall. Can you zoom in on that details, please? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is glass right here.
Yes, but then you have this solid poche wall that you feel like is necessary. And is there a gap in the platform here? I mean, there is no continuation of the edge here between.
No, there's no
Okay.
gap.
Okay.
That was just a
Because that
mistake
could
on my
be
end.
nice too. Anyway, I don't want you to destroy the platform. Anyway, that was my first, kind of a moment. You choose to play with a very strong element, geometrical, and then maybe making the most out of it by flipping. So you kind of lead people towards the entrance. The lobby could actually be set back towards where the curve and the lobby stays. So having a cover entrance or something that frees the circular space a little more, other than tucking it into these awkward corner situations.
Yeah, I think that could definitely benefit the scheme.
The other part, again, the height. When you play with the height, again, you have one strong element that should be probably more suggestive of a different height, not just having these two, 14 feet. And maybe the hallway can be lower, but these two pieces can be taller, and the circular room, which is actually the public main exhibit, remember that, can be really the preponderant, the highest point in your roof line.
Yeah.
Then I don't know, the back of the house, where you pack all those other uses seems, doesn't seem to have.
Is there a drawing you want to look at?
Yeah, the plan again, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, it seems a little bit, I don't know, not very intentional the way that, but I understand you wanted to keep it open. So probably where the office spaces are in these little pods, I guess, no?
Yeah, so yeah.
And then you said that you'd rather separate the offices by shelving rather than by walls. So very kind of, how do you say, parsimonious, very low use of walls for separation, which could be interesting as well. Going back to the sections and to the perspectives, if you don't mind. Yeah, you see, for instance, there's one with, you have the roof. Can you go back to the axon?
Axon.
Yeah. This one here, I would think that actually the roof with the circular room should be higher than the roof of the circulation. I mean, that was the balance I was talking about before. And then definitely shifting the round on the corner, I think would just, make the most out of your special form, special geometry. Perspective views, I really love the last views where you have all those colorful, those kind of primary, very subtle colors of the shelving and the view over the light and the river. So I think the fact that you integrate the spaces, the workspaces and the shelving into this big open space with the lots of light and view, is a very good way of, addressing the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Really quickly.
Thanks. We're a little tight on time.
Okay, yeah, and I'll be really brief. Zach, thank you for your presentation. I think Giovanna is very nice. I don't personally, I think that these perspectives are a little bit all over the place. If you look at other people on the board, there should be consistency across your legibility and the materiality that you're using.
Yeah.
Like across these four diagrams, there are some that have no color, some color, different shades for the sky and the ground. I think it's good to be exploring through your process, but for the final review, I would try to have consistency. Like if you're going to be coloring the floor, have it be the same and uniform across them. And especially when we're zoomed out this far, right now, there's a lot of things that we can forgive because things are on concept board. But if this was printed out, these drawings would be illegible. The line weights are so light, it's really unclear what's what. And I have to zoom in pretty far to get an understanding of what's what. And I think that's kind of true across the board. If you go back to your plan, it's kind of hard to read how you circulate through it. And there are some like big moments of just kind of general confusion in the overall layout. I think Giovanna highlighted this in the placement of that circular zone and how there's like these like awkward moments of cutouts that are happening here. So I would really take a step back and kind of consider about these large moves. Like, is it doing something that's successful in the project, or would it be better just to remove it completely? Because I completely agree with everything that Giovanna said. She said in a really nice way that I think it'd be really helpful to kind of like take a step back and say, like, if I'm going to be elevating and pushing up this this glorified hallway in the center, like what do I gain from that? Like, it's not really a grand entry because it kind of like stops and turns this corner. So like why would I put a clerestory window in a space that like a clerestory window might be better for the research spaces or in the main gallery? It's not very clear that this is open and there isn't a wall here, and all this text is way too big. I would reduce all this down. It's very distracting.
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And also for those of us who know each other well, we all know that Giovanna is a very nice critic and thoughtful and sensitive. And Nick is calling you on it nonetheless. But thank you, Zach, for the presentation and the project. And there are many strengths to the project that you've done. And I think Nick identifies concerns that you want to definitely pay attention to as you reflect on the project in the future.
Yeah, 100%.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And
thank you.
We have coming up next is Nat.
Hi there. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you guys see it fine and hear me fine?
Yes and yes.
Okay, perfect. So my name is Natalie Serra, and for this assignment, an initial goal was to avoid having the front of house and back of house completely separated from each other. So in order to achieve that, the design includes this center room, which is a back of house research room, and this separates the publicly accessible exhibit space and archival shelving, and its slanted wall manipulates the adjacent space in a way that forces a narrowing perspective upon entrance. Let me move over to this is so zoomed in, I'm sorry. So this diagram shows the front of house versus back of house. Here I have an axonometric that shows the south and west facing walls of the structure, and you're able to see the tall windows of the exhibit room that overlook the Mississippi. This next one is a north and west facing axonometric where you can see the loading docks. This first plan is an east to west cut of the structure that shows one of the larger meeting rooms, the research room, and like a bathroom. Here I have a north to south cut section that shows the different heights of ceilings that separate the three zones. This small space here is like a accessory view that shows like light that comes in. This quarter scale section shows like a close-up view of the entry space and this interior of the research room. And this first perspective is an exterior view of the entry. Then coming inside, you're able to see a view of the exhibit space. Here, this is the inside of that interior of the research room. And this has the glass walls so that it's like back of house, but also open to the public where they're able to see inside. And this last perspective is inside the archival shelving. And then these are let me zoom out for you. These are two of the structures in Tulane's exhibit that I worked on.
Hey, Natalie.
There.
This is great. Thank you so much. I think it's a really clear partie of this like slice that's coming through, and there's like a really lovely compression that you were able to show really well in your perspectives. I don't want to jump around too much, but I thought your perspectives were great. They might have been my favorite so far, maybe yours or Kayla's. I think it's really helpful how you're using shading to notate like the faces of your side, like what's top, bottom, or side. And it's really clear how you're guiding us and walking us through the space, because like there's a narrative behind the views that you showed us. Like you're starting out and showing this exterior view, giving us an overview of the project. I might have zoomed out a little bit to show like that peak, and then we're jumping in and we're seeing the interior space, that public space, and then we're getting these two views that are really well done of the private research and exhibition space. So thank you so much for that. I guess I think there's the private space, and if you go back to the plan, is very maybe almost too rigid. I think the party is really clear, but I think maybe there's opportunities for like that central space to kind of like have some connection to the exterior on the sides. I think like on the left and right side, it has like the more private spaces, but it feels very controlled and very like central. And I think maybe there might have been an opportunity for like maybe one of the two of the offices be removed, and maybe that case like pierces through there, and there's like opportunities for like that area of the facade to be distinct and separate from it. But I think how you organize the loading zone in the top left corner, and then that straight axis of service with the bathrooms running along the left side is really clear and pretty well done.
Okay, I actually left a lot of time to you, Nick, to talk about.
It's okay. I'm just going to be brief. I think your comments are fantastic.
No, but I talked too much before, so I was. So yes, I do agree with all the comments. I like the slice, the kind of a diagonal slice of the space is a very clear partie. Again, to enhance that, there are a couple of moves that I would suggest is like maybe pushing back the exterior entry wall in that corner, just to make that as a void, maybe covered entrance. Always be mindful of these situations where, when you enter into a place, you need some protection from, it rains a lot in New Orleans, by the way. So, but also opens up the corner in much more strong way than just having in glass. Then still with this space, because I really like this, it's kind of wedge space. Why don't you close the wall that corresponds to the kind of the private spaces towards the river, and instead open the exit, the wall, the short wall at the end of this wedge, just to create a more dramatic, continuation of view. Yeah, exactly that. Thanks, Ken. And close the other one, the one perpendicular instead, up to the, corresponding to the solid, to the private spaces above. Yeah, maybe not at the whole way, just short a little bit to that. Anyway, other than that, do you have any accent with the roof? Because what I understand is that the rooms with the conference room is actually lit up from above as well, or it's just?
I don't have an accent on the roof, but.
Okay. So what type of natural light you envision into the conference? Can you go to the accent, to the open accent, please? Yeah, there. Those two interior conference room, what type of natural light they get? From
These
where? Yeah. No, the ones internal. Yeah.
This one.
Two. Yeah.
No, yeah, that one wouldn't be receiving natural light. That would
okay. So maybe, another suggestion would be to receive some natural light, and maybe again view over the exhibit space with some kind of transparency, but also roof, clear story, skylight, etc., etc. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Can you go back to the plan, Nat? I think I heard Giovanna say an idea that I hadn't thought about at all, but it's an interesting one, of pushing back. Is that what you were saying, Giovanna?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you.
I think that's really interesting because it allows a kind of a reversal of, and also an integration of the of the outdoors with the indoors at that moment. Really interesting thought, and it would require a little bit of juggling in terms of how you lay things out once you get in the front door there. But I do think that's a fascinating possibility for your scheme, and I totally agree that the scheme's strategy is extremely clear. Very, very strong partie, which you've heard two people now say, now three actually with me, and it allows these kinds of manipulations as possibilities. And I think the combination of that indentation and the arrow that Nick drew on the opposite end could be a really winning combination of the two moves.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there wasn't any like apertures in the conference spaces. I think taking a step back and considering how those spaces will be lit is a really important point to consider. Because like if those are just dark and natural lighting, they're right off the river. So even though even though it is a very strong partie, you definitely prioritize the public over the private. I mean, these are people that are going to be going and sitting in these offices and working in the space every day, and you don't want them to feel neglected or not cared about.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, I forgot to mention one thing, that the way you've resolved the entrance in itself is very successful. This other idea is just really challenging the authority of that solid corner, the glass corner, by a re-entry. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if maybe there are some like programmatic flips that should happen, because as you're walking by, like I think this zone here is more private than like this zone over here. Like, I'm not sure. I mean, the spacing would be different, but I feel like you want your conference rooms and your meeting spaces to be along that access of entry rather than the more private offices. Because like those offices could be on the other side looking out at the water, and those could be really nice. But instead they're looking at this like walkway of people coming in to check out the exhibits, you know?
Mhm.
But yeah, I think it's a great project.
One of the things I've learned with the students, really the students have taught me this, is the real challenge of operating in concept board, printing, and on your monitors, to name a few. And this juggling act that all of you have been doing is really fantastic. These are skills that are going to serve you extremely well going forward for the next 4 years, but also in the professional setting where you have a nimbleness of operating. It's a challenge because actually all three of those representations presents a different kind of strategy of how you get the line weights right and how you get the drawings to read. But I think across the board, you've been very successful as a studio, and I think across all of first year of making this almost second nature about how you navigate. And that's really admirable and very much helpful to you as you continue through the program. So well done. I think yours are a little bit light on this, but I'm sure that they look great on one of the other forms as well. And the perspectives are not light; they're very clear and forceful. So that you've got a handle on those very well. So I think we are going to move on. Nick, did you want to say something about the flip flop?
No, I just wanted to just sketch it out so you have a reference for later. I'm not sure if everyone's been taking notes or you'll be going back to the recording later.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hopefully they have been taking notes, because that's always something we recommend, and interesting point that you made. So Nat, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
And our next person up is Eric.
Give me 1 second.
Not a problem. Just take your time. And we'll let you know if we see it and hear. We do hear you. That's good. And it's coming up on the concept board right now.
Y'all can see it?
Yes, perfect. Thanks.
All right. So my scheme here focused primarily on the separation between the public and private spaces within this archive. I wanted to focus heavily on kind of maintaining that integrity as well as security of a lot of these very valuable artifacts and objects within the Tulane collection. So you can see here that all of the archive bookshelves and whatnot are held within a glass case within the middle of the building. And around that is the circulation space to the private areas, which are behind it, and the public areas, which are in front of it. As you can see here, the roof line also changes to allow much more light into those public areas, while keeping the archive space a little bit darker, which is both good for the materials and helps amplify the security and archive feel of the space inside. You can see here that these exhibition space and the research rooms along the riverfront here will get a lot of that south-facing light into it, which isn't, pounding throughout the day, but can help illuminate that room, as well as fins to diffuse that light, because especially in places like a research room, you don't need copious amounts of natural light, which could actually be detrimental to your work. You can see in section here that elevation change and just the different priority of spaces. The private spaces are lower, more comfortable feeling. And then you have the public spaces, which feel a lot more open and free for display. And a continuation of sections here. In the perspective here, you can see what it would look like in the entry space in the lobby. You have that, glass casing on the right to obstruct, but also highlight the shelving that's behind it. And again, keep it separate from public access, but fully incorporate into the view of the passerby. And down this hallway, which is the main public access hallway, connects both the research and the exhibition spaces. And then this is the more private space that leads to a couple conference rooms as well as the offices. And within the exhibition spaces as well, you can see how that the pillars on the left obstruct some of that view and light to actually form a space within and allow the exhibition to take priority. But also, if you were to turn, you could see out onto the river. And here are just some of my original diagrams that we made prior to this. I wanted to really focus on incorporating the shelving as a method, as a visual item, but also keeping what is walkway and what is exhibition space separate from the shelving, and kind of keeping those out of the way and keeping them separate and secure within a central case and storage.
Hi, Eric. Thanks for your presentation. I think your diagram, the black and white diagram, can you move from the plan, please? Yeah, these two diagrams actually say it all. It's very, again, simple but coherent party that you chose. This kind of yin and yang, type of combination of space. It looks like it's very successfully then transferred to the functions and to your plans. Can you go back to the plan, please? Yeah, I think the sequence from the entry to the lobby with this kind of a glass enclosed secret and inaccessible archive, it's it's great. I mean, I don't know if there have been other plans where you can see really the archive, you can see the heart of this building right away when you enter. Maybe, yes, but this is actually, it's resolved in a very strong way. And also, we never talked about about orientation and sun, and I'm really excited that you use the fins on the south facade, because many times actually we briefly discussed the problem of all this glass and all the incredible amount of sun that comes in and might actually hurt everything that you exhibit. So having talked about fins is is a step towards the real building that you're making. I would suggest maybe the orientation of the fins could be thought of if you really want to explore the sun, the orientation, and because the views, yes, can be also actually in your perspective. If you have the fins on an angle, you probably allow more visibility towards the river and the water for people inside those rooms instead of the perpendicular fins. Other than that, can you go to the sections, please? Yeah, I mean, the sections, I think, again, there is a very simple clarity in the hierarchy of the spaces that is reflected in the sections as well. Maybe one issue could be that the space for the archives, while is actually seen through the glass from the lobby, it doesn't really receive too much natural light. So again, you can puncture the roof. It doesn't have to be only clear stories. You can put skylights maybe on the circulation paths or in specific parts of the archive itself. So if you can imagine, you not only see the shelving, but you also see some light from above, kind of punctuating and perforating these columns of light in the dark core of your secret space. I mean, I don't know, I let Nick talk about the perspectives. They seem maybe not as worked out as they could be, but I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Giovanna, I completely agree with everything you said. I think bringing up the fins is really awesome because it's starting to think about like a wider side of architecture into like the materiality and the way that we block and distribute sun in the space. I think kind of moving through that space and these really thick fins would be a really beautiful space, but it will affect how you view the exhibitions in a very distinct way. Like you're going to have bands of light coming through, and like maybe the placement of the pedestals is kind of responding to that. But I think that could be interesting. I think there's been this like dialogue throughout the review today about like changing heights based on type of space. And like I'm curious, Eric, if you think that like is a lower height ceiling cozier, or is it like how do you feel when you're like in like a low hallway versus like a high space? Like
right. I was thinking about this a lot for the office spaces specifically, only because if you think of kind of a smaller room with a 16 or 20 foot ceiling would be just so, it would seem very strange in the interior. So I feel like bringing that height down actually makes it a lot more comfortable within the offices.
Yeah, and I totally agree. I think that proportionally that makes a ton of sense. And I think overall, like the partie and the plan layout is very clear. I think this is like maybe this is like the most clear as like a courtyard set, like donut building where you have this hallway that wraps around this like space. And I'm kind of curious if when you were exploring this, did you look at like exterior courtyard buildings, like at that, like, I mean, of course, you're not going to have this be open to the sky, but this comment that Giovanna made about skylights could be something that's really interesting. Maybe instead of clerestory windows, you're doing some sort of diffused frosted skylight in that space. And then you're thinking about how the light is coming through that central area and then being distributed through the hallways. I think that could be a really interesting thing to explore sectionally, because then that roof can get thicker, and then you can start doing like a double layer roofing system, so that the light's getting diffused. Like it's almost like a museum space. If you go to like the Met or something like that, there's some really lovely like diffusion of light that's happening, or like in like the side galleries of the Louvre, there's like some really lovely things that they're doing with light, so that the exhibits and the artwork is like well lit and very evenly lit. So that could be a really interesting thing to explore. But yeah, I think it's pretty well done. Oh, another thing was, I think there maybe should be a registration of the hallways on the exterior of the facade. If you go back to the plan really quick, there are some like there are some moments that it's like pretty well done. Like at the end of this hallway, this is open and this is glass to, oh, it's coming in, to kind of like accentuate this axis point. But I think the same thing could happen like on the upper right-hand corner in the same way. Like I think there should be some moments where either your grid is being defined by those circulation paths, or this is a moment to like break the grid and kind of like highlight that as a moment. Because like I'm thinking about like access of coming through here and then through there, but there's also this line that you're created by rotating it. And so like, what does this lead to? It's just like, this is like a column, you know? So, I mean, I'm exaggerating it, of course, but maybe that's an opportunity for having two doors in this gallery space. Oh, everything's overlapping. Like maybe there needs to be another door here that's responding to the curb that's coming in, so that there's like sort of this circulation that's coming through that gallery space, that's out one door and the other one.
Yeah, that's interesting. One of the things that I think is very interesting about your scheme, and you've heard the critics talk about this, and I'm using my own words now, obviously, but there's a kind of contradiction or an inversion of expectation that appears and reappears around that central area. So you heard Nick mention it as a courtyard donut idea or attribute, but at the same time, it's the densest area of your entire scheme. So and at the same time with that, you glaze it. So I think one of the really intriguing parts of your project is the way in which you are manipulating those expectations, inverting them in some cases, and really challenging those expectations as an experiential moment. I think the place where that comes across is the linear perspective, looking in that very tight zone in one example. But it's a wonderful sort of design trope that you're doing that accomplishes this. So there's a lot of invention that has gone into this. At the same level, it's a very straightforward, simple diagram too. I mean, it's both complex and intriguing, but also very simple at its core. And you heard that in different ways from both of our reviewers as well. So very nice, great presentations, and wonderful to see the way in which you struggled with this a little bit to get to this point of clarity as well.
Do we have a couple of minutes, Ken?
Yes, you do. You have exactly
2 minutes.
1 minute, but go ahead.
Okay. Now, I just wonder, Eric, do you have any? What can you say about the thick wall along the facade? You know, the main facade.
Yeah, I thought of that a lot as kind of amplifying that archive and almost like protection feel, and you're punching through that to enter the space. Leaving this kind of heavy wall that you have to pass through in order to enter and see very protected and valuable things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but then you make a lot of openings in the wall as well. So, I understand. The other little question, there is a perspective view at the end where you can tell, the last one, exactly, yeah. Where is that taken? And I wonder, is that a door at the end of that?
Yeah, this is within the exhibition space, and I just wanted to allow a door from the exhibition space into the research rooms to allow
the scale of that door is really not right. So I would just pull it up as tall as you can. That was, I didn't know if it was a shelving or a door. Anyway, that's
so is that research space private?
The research space is obviously it has access, but you can only use it with prior arrangement and whatnot. So the public won't flow through it, but people can access it.
Well, so maybe that doesn't need to be a solid wall. If you go back to the plan, I just heard the ringer, Ken.
Yeah.
But like in your public and private space, it's notated as public. So I don't think there should be a solid wall that's dividing it. Like, I think it would be nice to be able to look down and see, even though can't regularly access that space, to be able to kind of like see a continuity of space with glass partitions.
Thank you, guys.
Great. Well, thank you, Eric. We have to move along, and our next student is Kat.
Sorry, I was still muted.
Not a problem. Take your time and get your concept board up and running, and we will.
And then let me make it full screen. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect. And we can hear you well also.
Okay, good. So this depot's main concept revolves around the three different areas as shown in this diagram. So the public space is represented through the lightest gray. The semi-public space is represented through a slightly darker gray. And then the private space is represented through the darkest gray. Each area has its own area of shelving that can be used as its own discretion. Also, each section has its own specific amenity. The public space has its gallery. The semi-public space features the research room, and the private space features the office and meeting spaces. There is also an importance placed on the use of glass throughout the public and semi-public parts of the building. Specifically, the use of glass highlights the views of the Mississippi along the southern wall and a small portion of the western wall. This first section, let me get to it, demonstrates the importance of glass used within the semi-public area in the research room in comparison to the open exhibit space. Through the use of glass, those within the research room are able to look directly across to the shelving area designated for the semi-public area. The second section highlights the view that the researchers are able to see in the middle, and also the gallery space on the right, and then the office spaces all the way to the left. The shelving units are directly across for quick accessibility, and it also highlights the changes in heights through the semi-public and public spaces compared to the private areas all the way to the left. This third section highlights the public space all the way across. It has the public spaces shelving all the way to the left, the exhibit space in the middle, and then the lobby all the way to the right. This first perspective gives an exterior view for the glass wall in the exhibit space, and then the second glass wall all the way behind it. This allows not only those experiencing within the exhibit space to enjoy the artifact station there, but also those passing through the hallway behind it to glance what is going on. This allows this portion of the public space to become much more public for those within the semi-public portion or experiencing what is going on within it. This perspective gives a view of what is going on within the research room and that glass wall going within it. It allows the view within the research room and the passing and the shelving across from it. This view is a view from within the exhibit space and that second glass wall on the exterior between the hallway and the exhibit space. This final perspective is a view from the hallway to the research room on the left and the glass wall and the shelving directly across from it, all the way down to the exhibit space on the end, giving a view as to why it is considered so much more of a public space compared to the rest of the public spaces contained in that space. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Catherine.
Hi.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think the part T is really clear with the public, semi-public, and private. But in the diagram, I think the grades could be tweaked a little bit because it's kind of hard to read the difference between the public and semi-public. Those grades are really close to each other. I was looking at the plan, and I only really, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm only really seeing glass. I'll wait to get back there. I'm only seeing glass in the exhibition space. Is there like openings in the offices or in any of the like the researchers room or anything like that?
So I really wanted to take into account how we had people from the exhibits come in and speak to us in the beginning, and they said that they really didn't want natural light in a lot of their spaces because it destroys a lot of their artifacts and stuff. So I wanted to take that into account. So I really didn't put glass in a lot of places other than the exhibit space.
I see. Yeah, so I mean, I think there's one thing to not put glass in this like central spot right here to not damage the exhibit, but it's another thing to not put glass like in the conference room in the offices.
Okay.
I don't like, I think like I mean, right now, like if you look to your left, I think it's might be mirrored, like there's a window right there, but like imagine if there was no windows at all in your studio space. It would be a pretty depressing spot to be doing your work and your research in. So kind of like considering how like light is being used in those spaces and kind of, and not, it shouldn't just be like it's not binary. It's not like here's all the glass and here's no glass, you know. There should be like levels and layers to the amount of light and things that are coming through. Like for example, like your foyer, your lobby area is completely enclosed. So you're going into this kind of like dark zone, and then there's just like this little door that's open to the bright gallery, and then after that, it's like it gets pretty dark. So I don't know. And also, there's, even though they don't want a lot of like direct light, there's opportunities to do like frosted panels or diffuse skylights so that you're getting natural light into a space, but it's not damaging artwork. I do think natural light is very important for the researchers because it's how they would light their work. I don't know. I'll stop for a second. Maybe I'll jump back in after Giovanna.
I do totally agree with you. You know, again, if there are some parts of the archives that need to be protected, fine, but the space where the people stay for hours, you know, you really would like to have some natural light, and also conference rooms. You know, you can have blinds when you have projections. So otherwise, light is very important. I was wondering, Kat, why you decided to load all this, you know, kind of a obscure, private part towards the front of the house, and then again relegate the lobby at the very corner of it. You know, what do you think would be the attraction for people to go through? I mean, as far as I see from your plan, it's basically a blank wall all the way, and Nick was already mentioning to a door in a solid corner. I mean, is that a deliberate choice that you made?
Do you mean like why is the entrance like all the way at the end?
Yeah, and also why the wall is basically all blank, all solid along that way.
I kind of did it because I wanted it to be along the Mississippi, and I thought the Mississippi would kind of draw them down for like views, and then they would enter down there.
Okay, so again, maybe, you know, making the lobby more visible from the top, from the north of from the entry front of the house plaza actually would help, you know, again, pulling out an awning or some moments that draws people in more than a simple door in a wall. So that would help. The other, you know, I do like the idea of this and you have a view, I think, with this public exhibit space that overlooks the water, which is this very, can you go to one of your views that can see that? Yeah, I mean, maybe you have it
Like
in
this one?
maybe
Or the perspective?
the first one.
The perspective view.
This is
The first one.
actually, yeah,
Oh.
this is fine. You know, I think, again, this is a very kind of a porch-like exhibit towards the river. And, you know, in a way, I understand why you want to keep it so special, why you want to, you know, this scheme is very different from many that we've seen until now, that transparency, you know, becomes important. In your case, it feels like, you know, you want to keep it secret and you want to keep it solid until you have a moment of explosion of light, you know. So maybe even the fact that from the lobby you don't see right away this big exhibit room might be an interesting sequence. You know, again, it would be nice to have a sequence of the vignettes of how you approach the spaces and how actually you discover special spaces through that. Other than that, I mean, the roof seems not, can you go on one of the sections, please? The one that shows the lower roof and that one there. So basically the bigger, taller roof is towards the river, of course, and the lower roof is on the private. But again, the central piece, as Nick was saying, you know, and we've been saying for many other projects, you know, you don't really need to keep it so dark. You know, again, some source of light, even in the archives, would help. And maybe the corridor, the hallway can be lower again to enhance more the piece, the exhibit towards the river. I mean, a slightly more articulated roof would probably help.
Yeah, I think this is this, we haven't really talked about this before, but I'm kind of curious about maybe this is just a conversation for everyone, but like access versus public versus private. I think there has been some really successful projects that we kind of just glazed over that we just like saying like, oh, there's a clear area because there's only one entrance, right? Like this is just first year, we're not getting into egress and fire escape and things like that. But there should definitely be a conversation or thought about how does the public enter their spaces? And then how does the researchers enter their spaces? So if you go back to your plan, like there's this one entry that, say if I wanted to go to my office, I need to go through the lobby directly through this gallery space and then all the way back up to my office on the other side of the building. So like I'm going past my office and then looping back around and coming up. And this is probably a critique for a couple other projects that we've glazed over. I'm thinking back just to Eric's, who was passed, and in this donut scheme, he was able to kind of split the public and private. So when you come in, the public is going to the left and the private's going to the right. So I think kind of considering it in that sort of way, in that how like maybe just you're taking a pen on your plan and just drawing like, here's the path that the public can go. And so it's more than just the diagram on the next slide or than the first slide of like, here's public and private zones, but more about like circulation paths. I think that'd be really helpful in considering like how this can better be served. Like maybe it would make sense for your lobby space to be in the center of the building, like more aligned with with the center on the axes. And then your exhibition space kind of takes up the entire front facade, but it's maybe narrower. And so then you're creating this like clear party of like public, semi-public, private, that's like in 3 bands across your building. Just something to think about.
Yeah, the circulation, again, it's maybe too much to ask at this level, the sequence, the choreography of circulation and where everybody has to go through, and especially, exits, let's forget about that.
Yeah.
but definitely it's it's already, there was a diagram before, actually. I think that the one that Eric had with the double circulation, that was very clear, the private circulation and the public circulation. So those are readings that you can also apply to your projects after the fact, just to rethink and clarify what your purposes were.
Mhm. Sounds good. Well, thank you very much, Kat.
Thank
And
you.
it was very good to see the project. And we actually have one more student. That student's name is Cameron. And I see Cameron on my screen. He's getting his concept board, raring to go.
Hey, Cameron.
Okay, do y'all see it?
Yes, we can actually.
Yes.
Awesome. Wait 1 second. I'm sorry.
No problem. Don't rush.
Okay. There we go. So, good afternoon. My name is Cameron Reshore, and thank you for all being here today. The project that I present to you is a waterfront building on the Piety Wharf in New Orleans' very own Crescent Park. Throughout this project, the design took shape to best convey the three main sectional aspects of the building: front of house, back of house, and its middle ground. The design exploited the front of house's accessibility to make way for lounge spaces, initial visibility to the design's focal point, which is the research room Cena Point entry, and easy access to the building's gallery. Next, the back of house was separated strategically to emphasize its private use. The spaces that were closed off were areas such as conference rooms and office spaces. The last part of the house, which is arguably the most important, is the middle ground. This area within a project can easily get hazy, but this design took control of its purpose to effectively lead an audience through the spaces. While clearly giving access to all areas of the building, it still separates the front and back of house through direct and indirect relationships with walls, storage, shelving, and also aisles. The design of this building not only strategically considers spatial conditions, but also highlights its marine life, surroundings through artifacts and design features. The two focal points of the project are the south side window overlooking the Mississippi River and the off-centered research room towards the bottom right of the scheme. I'll pass over right here. This is the window, and this
Cameron, can you
is,
zoom in a little bit as well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is the window, and this is the research room. The window. I'm so sorry. The window also alludes to the spatial layout of the design through its asymmetry. In addition, the research room takes advantage of glass flooring to showcase the marine life underneath the building. It gives access to people within the room to conduct deeper observations of sea life. And you can also see that through my perspectives right here. And then this one as well. And then lastly are my sections that display the gallery view with the marine life artifacts and also the hallways. And these are my section cuts. Thank you.
Thanks, Cameron. Could you go back to the plan? It was kind of zoomed out, so maybe we can start there.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So it wasn't clear about your apertures and your openings until you got to your isometric view. I think in your presentation, it was like the words are very clear. I appreciate that you kind of guided us through the parts of your project and like the different components, but that wasn't like followed up with like a visual representation of what that was. So maybe in this odd moment of Zoom and concept board, you're using your cursor to kind of point to the parts. But in the future, you kind of would be pointing to these things and kind of walking us through the project as you're presenting it. Because you're talking about these moments and these spaces, but like we're only seeing a glimpse of what you're trying to explain. So like, for example, there isn't any windows or doors into these office spaces, but in your isometric view in your section, they're shown. So kind of like making sure that everything is on the same level in terms of resolution for the final review would be super key. But organizationally, I think your project is really clear. I'm definitely not sold on the glass floor, especially since I've been out by the Mississippi and we're not in the Caribbean, you know? I don't know how deep you'll be able to see in terms of the wildlife there, but I think it could be a really cool opportunity. I mean, I think it's like this maybe a little utopian of you, but I think it's a cool idea. I think sectionally we would want to see that. So I don't know if did any of your sections cut through that space?
I don't have an actual section cut through like the ocean, but I do have my section cut right here. I'm so sorry. I don't know why they just started submitting chats in a group chat. But this is the section cut right here through this space.
I see. Yeah. So because in section, I think there should be a stronger line. Let me scroll over to that. I'm getting chats too now, Cameron. So it's okay. It happens. I think there should be a stronger line of that's like a distinct area. So like if there's going to be a glass floor here, which this is not true. You're not cutting through it. You'd have some sort of like dialogue between that and maybe additional structure that's around there. But that's probably a more advanced sort of critique. I was kind of drawn through to your isometric view. If you can go to that, it's the first one, because you're starting to experiment with some interesting things on the facade, where your glazing is changing size and like it's coming like thin to these like taller part there. Could you talk a little bit about that? I don't know if I'm not sure if you mentioned that in your presentation.
Right here, are you talking about this
one? That moment right there.
Yes. So this window, I really wanted to highlight like the actual Mississippi through this representation. It's sort of like off-centered and sort of organic looking, and I feel like that sort of represented the tide of the Mississippi that it overlooks. And I thought natural light was very important, so I also included these windows along the entryway. As well on the other side for the actual offices themselves. So
yeah, I'm curious to hear what Giovanna thinks about it, because I'm definitely on the fence.
I know. So yes, I had the same doubt that you expressed when I saw this solid and there was no void in the plan, but then luckily, you know, there were windows and source of light. Starting from this axonometric view, actually, I would suggest you to experiment with different type of awning over the entrance, for instance. That's all. Sorry, just caught my eyes, especially for, you know, it's kind of a very modernist look, and you want something flat and maybe goes across the facade a little more than over the door. So that's a very, very small details. But the other thing, we were talking also about what reflects on the facade of the interior spaces. I find it awkward that the corner, the lower left corner of your plan and in the axon is actually, the window is continuous. It looks like, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you have this continuous wall along the river, which is pretty convincing. You know, I do like the organic geometry, I like the waving, et cetera, but then you have this end of the big exhibit hall that is fractured, actually stopped in two different uses, while you know, the windows continues the same way. So again, I would suggest you maybe either you keep the exhibit room all the way to the end, and that makes it a, you know, stronger interior exterior suggestion of the use of space, or you stop it and you change completely the elevation in this corner. You know, there is a little bit of contradiction between this continuous cut into the wall along the river and what you have behind the wall. I have also questions about the glass flooring is a great idea. I do agree with Nick that you wouldn't see much. But if you go to the section over that room with the glass flooring, I wonder what is the roof? It looks like there is just a thin line. No, the section, please. Just a simple section. Yeah, that one there, thanks. What is going on at the top? I mean, what is the ceiling of that room?
So so this is actually like a glass encasement right here. I mentioned to Professor a few times during our iteration process that I saw a lot of people sort of like excelling the highlight of their scheme, but I thought it would be interesting to actually lower it in accordance with the same height as these shelves.
Yeah, but where is the solid? Where is the solid of the thickness of the roof over that room? Can you just point it out?
The thickness would this is just like a glass ceiling.
Oh, so is it depressed? It's like an open air courtyard depressed down with the glass ceiling.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I understand. Although, you know, even the glass ceiling has to have some kind of a, you know, thickness and consistency to be sort of structural, but I understand. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lot of questions. I don't want to interrupt you, Giovanna, but just while we're zoomed in, I think there's just issues of legibility. Like if you zoom in there, the line weight for your windows, that should be an elevation in the back and far away, look like they're the same line weight as your poche. And so I think just like, I know like your process is probably like having a 3D model, you're cutting it, you have lines, but I would really take a step back and say like, is this very clear? Like if I turn everything off except for my poche, am I seeing a continuous line around my whole building? You know, because right now, at least in the line weights that you've chosen, it doesn't look extremely clear about the depth, and that's why we're having these questions, Cameron.
And to go back to the open courtyard, you know, open air courtyard, wouldn't that, I don't know, maybe you needed that space for the programmatic requirements, but wouldn't that be nice to have actually, if the roof, non-existent roof, and also the floor, permeable floor, so the water goes back into the river. You know, that piece is, you know, kind of leads you to.
That would be awesome.
A little more romantic and poetic, but that could be very nice.
Metal grate on the floor, so the water comes through.
Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it could be nice because you won't see any wildlife, but you might see the tide increasing and decreasing.
And you listen to
your
the
facade.
water. You listen the noise. You know, the noises, the sounds.
Yeah,
of the water would be very magical. Yeah,
I think that would be very nice.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Cameron. That was great. And I'm really pleased with the way this review has gone for all of you. What I'd like to suggest is the following. We'd love to hear some concluding remarks from our two critics. And Sam, if you would prefer to do your concluding remarks now, or you could do it later when we say farewell to our guests and we continue talking for a bit longer about the whole semester and so on. Either way, Sam, whatever you prefer is fine. One or the other would be great.
My internet's being kind of spotty, so I might need to move. So I can go after.
Okay.
But I guess right now I can just say thank you to the guest critics.
That's lovely. Well, so you'll join me after they depart. And with that, I'm going to say a few things after Giovanna and Nick have a chance to say their thoughts, share their thoughts, and then we'll thank them collectively with a round of applause. But Giovanna, would you like to start with your reflections on the,
Yes.
on the morning and early afternoon?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I didn't know what to expect from this studio, but I must say I'm very impressed. I mean, I know you're so early in your process and your growth as architects, so you did really handle a lot of problematic issues very well, and considering also the circumstances of this time that you've been in school, and that didn't help at all. So I know, and Ken mentioned, and it was also on the program, that this was an abstract site that could not have been right there, right then, with that type of geographic context. We're talking about a platform on the water, which is pretty intense as a site reference, a site context. So a lot of comments that could have come from how much of your immediate context that is not exactly urban or physical, but is also natural, are you bringing in? We talked about the water, the rain, we talked about the sounds, we talked about orientation, sun, light, views, all these other basic characteristics. You basically force them to confront on a semi-theoretical known site. It's like it could be a totally abstract site, but it's not. So they were forced to face certain issues that were already pretty important to reflect. And you've done, it's not just a program, an inside program, of objects and spaces. Then you enclose it into this big container. So I think you pushed yourself to a nice limit. Then we talked about the entry sequence, all the things that are important even at this very first stage of design are not just making sure the square footage and the programmatic requirements are right, but also the private, public, front or back, but also the sequence, the entry, how you approach the building, what you see, how you invite people in, how you can have circulation, different circulations from public and private going through the building. It's one of the best actually moments of designing a building, a space at any scale, when you have to handle what I've always called with my students the choreography of circulation, which is as important as the space where you arrive. It's like it's actually the infrastructure that holds all these spaces together. There is a diagram that I always refer to for my student, a Zumthor house. The Zumthor, has a very simple diagram of his house where highlights the corridors and the private spaces. And that tells you all. And then everything else is basically left undefined. But that is like, you have two things in a building. You have your structure, your floor, your ceiling, your vertical component, your envelope, but then you have this other layer of structure that is the circulation. And sometimes the magic is in the journey more than in the destination. Again, keep that in mind when you approach, you locate your rooms, you put your people, spaces, but how you perceive that going through the building is an amazing moment of design. And it's a lot of joy. You really need to find that enthusiasm and joy, because sometimes you struggle, you have the corridors, the hallway need to be a certain length, need to be a certain width. Stairs, everybody freaks out talking about stairs, and they just slam the stair in a corner as long as they go from one floor to the other. But it's actually the layer infrastructure circulation is totally important. You can also see one of the precedents that you had, the MVDRV, the museum that has the big bubble, and then the section with shelving on every floor. And then you have this amazing central void with the stairs, just a very, very simple stairs connecting all these floors that hold only shelving. So it's, especially in a building with such a programmatic content, which is, collections, shelving, it's, the circulation is one moment that you can really manipulate to your advantage. The other thing, do I have 2 minutes to talk about the collection as an idea?
Definitely.
I recently read a book by Lulu Miller. It's called Why Fish Don't Exist. And it's basically a fiction. She's a science journalist, science reporter. And it's a fiction talking about the life and story of David Starr Jordan, who was a taxonomist at the beginning of 1900, that was fixated in cataloging every fish in the world. And the classification and the collection, it's a way for him and for many probably to put order in the chaos of life, which is fictitious in a way, and is also very dangerous, because in his case especially, that brought him to basically being one of the main the main scientists behind the eugenics manifesto, which actually Hitler took from Americans. Because this is kind of totally intellectual diversion, but let's not be too fascinated about collections and just live your life and accept the chaos.
Accept the chaos, yes.
But thank you very much. It was a very good studio. I'm sure Professor Schwartz took very good care of you. He's an amazing teacher and friend. So
thank you for those kind words. Nick, what do you think?
Oh my goodness, that was great, Giovanna. Tough act to follow. I don't have any references for you, but all I can say is that this work was fantastic, and this is a real pivotal moment in your architecture degree here. This is like your first time getting into like doors and windows and real architecture, and I think it's really important that you're kind of continuing the things that you've been doing this past year, considering about thresholds and moving through space, and like the relationship from the human body to the built environment. I think not losing that stuff as you continue your time is super important. I thought all in all, your presentations were fantastic. There was like a clear narrative as you guided us through your images and your presentations that is phenomenal for first year. I mean, I thought it was like just really clear overall. We weren't confused about what we were seeing, and I think that gave us the opportunity to have deeper conversations about your space. I think a lot of times we can get like bogged down in like, where's your sections? Like, where is this located? But like, we didn't have to do that here. Like it was like super clear and really well done. And I think you should all be commended for that. I would say that now that you're getting into your first summer of being in architecture school, this is an opportunity to take a step back and see all the work that you've done. I know there's a portfolio requirement or something, but I think using these next couple months as a way to maybe go back to some of your work and maybe refine it a little bit would be so valuable for you going into second year. I know it's like assignment after assignment in studio in first year where there's really quick turnarounds. So now you can go back and just say like, oh, I have these sections that I want to like bring life into. So maybe you have little projects. I mean, I know you're going to be taking time off and relaxing now, of course, but maybe once a week you're dedicating to kind of like continuing keeping your mind fresh and working on your studio projects for your portfolio. Because that'll really mean a lot, because you definitely don't want to get to like third or fourth year and say like, oh, I don't want this first year project in my portfolio anymore. It's not very good anymore. But you could take the summer and kind of like update 1 or 2 images, or maybe go back and mess around with collaging for your renderings, so that you're kind of like exploring and testing these things now, so that you can come into second year with all these new ideas that you've learned and you're watching video tutorials, so that you have these new set of skills that don't need to kind of be like taught to you. Like you can just be like hit the ground running and like be advanced, and kind of take advantage of your time here, because more than likely y'all aren't going to be having architectural internships this summer, since you're just starting out. There's an opportunity to kind of build your personal toolkit of things that you know how to do really quickly. Because like, I mean, I would always try to like go back and like do a rendering. Like I want to make a snowy night rendering. I mean, not for you guys, but like, you know, so then like there's an opportunity to like take time and like learn how to do that outside of outside being in studio, and then get outside, build stuff, create things, and just like stay in this design mindset, because it'll just really help you to kind of like advance as a designer, as an architect. But really great work. Thank you so much for having me, Ken. It was really great to meet you, Giovanna.
Same here.
It was great to have both of you. If you two could stick around just for a minute, we're going to say a few more things and then we'll break off and talk in more detail as a section. But and meanwhile, I just had a lawnmower or something start up right outside my window. Does it sound bad where you are, or is it okay? Okay.
Oh, it sounds good.
Good. Well, first of all, thank you both very much. It was terrific having you and Elgin on this review, and you were great all along. I just think that the way in which you connected so clearly with the work of the students, each individually, is a tribute to you. It's also a tribute to the students for positioning their work in a way, both graphically and verbally, that allowed you access to it pretty quickly in every case, and with great insights that you added. So I hope the students come away from this with a real sense of accomplishment in your own work, and also a recognition that critical reflection by knowledgeable reviewers is enormously valuable as you think back on your experience. And I know that you will think more about this afterwards. So I'm really grateful for all 3 of our guest reviewers. You were fantastic. I wanted to say just a few things about where we're heading, and this is in part because I want Giovanna and Nick to hear this as well. We have I think, a very fortunate timing issue here. Our review is early, significantly earlier than the end of their work. They're going to have plenty more things to do in their other courses and so on. But it's also good for us as a class, because we will all be meeting together, all 72 or whatever it is of us, as a full group on Monday morning. And that's going to really afford an opportunity for Adam Modisette, who is our coordinator, our leader, to comment in broad terms and in terms about the entire experience of this semester from his vantage point. Probably it'll be an opportunity for the 5 of us, the rest of us, to say a few things with the full group present as well. I think that moment is great because it'll give us a little space between now and then for all of you to think about your experience, for us to think about what we want to say. And that luxury of time is incredibly valuable. And I think you'll see and appreciate that as we have a chance to get together again. We also have a surprise for you that morning, so you'll want to get there bright and early at our normal starting time of 8:45. I am sworn to secrecy, so I'm not allowed to tell you what that surprise is, but you'll be happy, you'll be pleased. But I think it's a nice way to provide closure. And last but not least, before we break out and then Sam and I can talk a little more with the group in detail, more detail, we also have an opportunity following that group meeting to meet again as a smaller group, our section. And then I'm also going to be available for optional individual conferences to talk about the whole semester, to talk about this project, to talk about life, whatever you care to talk about. And so I'll set up a Google Doc or something so that you can sign up for time for me next week. It may not be just within the time of class because we might chew up a significant portion of that class time, and we'll have other times throughout that week for you to meet with me one-on-one. So I wanted to let you know about that. And let me see, one other random thing I put in here. I wanted to just mention, we have another student who has had medical issues, Rihanna. She's doing well, from what I understand, and I'm very much hopeful that she'll be able to watch this YouTube later. And she's definitely going to be catching up and completing her semester with work that she does one-on-one with me. And I'm sorry she couldn't join us this morning and for this review, but I'm very much excited about her work ahead and how she's going to be able to complete this semester so that she'll be back with you as we start second year in the fall. And I didn't know how much you were aware of this or not aware of this, but I wanted to let you know that she's going to be part of our group when you all get back here in August. And last but not least, just about all of you, while our guests are still here, I have really enjoyed working with all of you individually. And then on top of that, it's really been wonderful to watch how you have developed a community among yourselves. I think the care and sensitivity and attention you play to one another sort of circles back to my very first comments early this morning about friends. And some of our closest friends are people we meet through our professional experiences who then become much more than just professional colleagues. Giovanna and Elgin are great examples of that. And I think all of you have, at a very early stage of your careers, examples of that have germinated over the last 3.5 months. So I'm mentioning that so that you pay attention and that you cherish these experiences. They're really special on so many different levels, and they're part of the reason why architecture schools are such special places and unusual on university campuses as well. So with that, Giovanna and Nick, really glad to have you joining us. You were fantastic. I know that our students appreciate it. They're going to go like this, or they're going to do a little reaction or something. I'll do a reaction too, because it's, wild and crazy times. Here we are in Zoom land. And I've got a hat. Noah has a hat too. Excellent. So thanks very much. Have a great afternoon, both of you. And Giovanna, I look forward to seeing you in Chicago.
Yeah, hope soon.
Ci vediamo dopo.
Ci vediamo presto.
Okay.
Ciao.
See you later.
Bye, Nick. So does anyone speak Italian? Ci vediamo dopo is see you later in Italian. So Sam, why don't you kick it off? I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. I probably have time on Monday, I'm guessing, to give some more general closing thoughts. But yeah, everyone did really great this semester. It honestly felt like sometimes I was TAing for second year, just of how far you guys were ahead, and definitely the conversations that we were having were definitely advanced. And also, there were a lot of things that I noticed that seemed like were taught on super quickly, and I only would have to say something once instead of 10 times, which is always a really good sign. I will say that the drawings were super strong. At the end of the day, your project is your set of drawings. You can't really separate them. No matter how many good ideas you have, if the drawings aren't in good shape, the review has a tendency to lean a little sour. And then at the end of the day, the stronger your work is, the more nice reviewers tend to be and more lenient they are about certain things. I guess just keep pushing forward. What else? Oh yeah, also if things weren't talked about in your review, I think a good assumption is to usually say that they're good. They can't really spend the whole time complimenting you. So if something that you worked really hard on necessarily like wasn't talked about, I don't think that is necessarily a bad thing. It just means they didn't see an issue with it. Yeah, in total, this was a really good semester. I think you guys really fostered a really healthy work environment with some good competition, but also leaning on each other in terms of figuring out the programs and helping each other out, which I know always isn't the case. Yeah, I think everyone is like super set up for next semester. Yeah, next semester for y'all is like really pivotal. I would say even more so than this one, just because there's a lot of things that get talked about in this semester that kind of get left behind or are kind of like an automatic assumption. And yeah, the semester itself is super, super useful. I would say like that year is probably, or that semester is probably where I advanced more, not only in the studio, but then also in Professor Norman's representation class, which this semester was tried to be a little light on it, but y'all will be in a full boot camp for next semester.
Yeah, and that is an amazing class. All of you are very well prepared for it, and it's still going to be challenging and exciting and propel you even further in terms of your skills. I'm very much looking forward to seeing your work coming out of that fall semester, second year, in part because of that specific class. There have been many highlights for me, and I'll share some of them with you. One is Sam. I mean, Sam's work and your interaction with Sam have been just wonderful to see. You see it firsthand because you're the direct beneficiaries of this. The synergy, the kind of the way his insights stick with you, and then you take it even further. That's been just fantastic to watch and to see in all of you. So thank you, Sam, for that. Another highlight for me is just getting to know all of you a little bit. One of the great things about the smallness of a School of Architecture is that I will be seeing your work for several years to come. You know, it's just one of the great things that I'll be on reviews, I'll see you in the hallway, I'll see you with masks off when we take our masks off, you know, whatever happens next. And that's really a joy for me. What I may not have mentioned, maybe I did already once before, but you know, I was dean for 10 years and I didn't teach studio during that period. I was on reviews sometimes, but I was very busy doing a number of other things that I had to be doing at that time. It was relatively recent that I arrived after Hurricane Katrina, and it's hard to describe how challenging the situation was for everybody. Less so for me than people who lost their houses, or close to 2,000 people lost their lives in the Gulf region. But I came as dean at a time when the school was really trying to position itself for excellence in a new era. And so I didn't get to teach. I taught professional practice and concern several times. I was on reviews, but I did not have my own studio by my choice, because I needed to focus my energy on the community of the school, the community of the university, and the community of New Orleans, and raise a bunch of money for the school too. But now I'm back to teaching, and it's just one of the huge joys of life to be able to see all of you and how you exercise your intellect, your creativity, and your hearts to create something important and special. As you're building your own education, you're building your own identity as designers. And it's a very real thing to watch that develop in the course of how you evolve as creative persons in this field. So that's just been so much fun to see and so exciting to be a part of in some minor way. I also thought that I'm going to repeat a couple comments we heard from three guests actually. Phenomenal for first year, very impressed with the work. There were so many different moments of accolades about your work individually and also collectively. That's fantastic to hear, and it's all genuine. It's all because they connected with your work effectively, and your work was very strong. That's really good news. I also want to just end by reflecting on something that Elgin Cleckley said in his comments early on, which is the well, maybe it was in his concluding comments, was in the kind of opportunity of stepping back and thinking about the project through vignettes. And I see that as offering two very tangible things for you. One is something I have mentioned to you before, which is the value of taking a few days and sort of getting a little distance, but then don't lose this moment. Capture the essence of what you've learned in this project and over the course of the semester. I have said those words before. What I have not said is the whole notion of what vignettes can offer you. And the fact that you could be revisiting your own scheme in all of its strengths through a series of simple, hand-drawn perspectival moments of the scheme will nail it for you in a way that gives you a kind of circular experience of understanding your own strengths. It's very affirming, what he described. It's worth the effort. You will be so excited by the work that you do. And even if you produce a vignette, a sketch of a perspective, of a moment in your scheme, even if you produce one or even more than one that are crappy, you know, there may not be the most elegant drawings you've ever created, but it's part of your thinking process and part of the process of learning from your experience in a very tangible and tactile way. So I thought that was brilliant advice. I had not heard that specific suggestion before. I'm so glad that he offered it for all of you, and I'm not going to forget it because I think that is an incredibly valuable tool. And I'll probably be doing some vignettes of your work too over the summer, because once you see projects, they don't leave your head. They're sort of etched in your memory, and that's how designers think. It's like musicians have musical melodies that are stuck in their heads. I will be able to diagram all of your schemes 2 years from now without any difficulty. And I'll also be doing some sketches myself because I'd like to learn as well some of the things that worked well, some of the things that may not have worked well from my standpoint. So anyway, it's been an absolute joy, as I said at the very outset. And I didn't mention one other thing. I may have before, but I request teaching first year. I could teach anything I want. And I've almost always taught first year because I love the experience of watching how quickly you as thoughtful, creative designers evolve in your work. And I actually just sent Associate Dean Bernard an email just yesterday saying, please, please, please give me first year again. I love it. It's just a fantastic experience as an educator. And I don't think there's anything better or more impactful if you really want to see how the magic happens in the context of your efforts. So I appreciate all that you've done. We'd love to see if there are any questions or thoughts that you'd like to share. We have about a few more minutes left before we run out of our 1 o'clock clock. Any thoughts that you wish to say? We're going to see each other again on Monday, so if you have things that come up, there's going to be more opportunities.
I could say one thing.
Sure, Zach.
Just the thing that I've been thinking over, kind of the course of the semester is, it's been really helpful to kind of see, I know a lot of us can get stuck sometimes, especially on a certain idea, but just kind of always going back to the concept board or just like 2 desks down and asking around or even asking Sam. I mean, all of those things are super helpful for the process.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great to be able to just see in like 10 seconds how 5 other incredible designers like conquered this problem that I have.
Yeah.
And so I just think that's really helpful. And
that's a really good point. And actually, that's one of those hidden benefits of operating in this world, because in the traditional modes, you maybe don't have quite as much access to that immediacy of input that you can look, side by side and see what's going on concept board, or in a Zoom setting, there's other ways that you actually can get feedback that maybe weren't as fluid in some cases in the sort of more traditional mode.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses, and being able to, when you talk to people, it's not cheating as it is as much as like learning and finding out how you can make your own scheme better. So
cool. Sam, when is your final review?
Oh yeah, my final review is Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Afternoon. Yeah, next Thursday. So the 6th.
So can you send the
once you
studio
have-
your
Yeah.
YouTube? Because I think some of them would love to see you present and see the amazing work that you're doing. My wife was on his preliminary review and she said it was very good, and she's very picky. So I'm gonna try to watch it too.
Yeah, I can send out something. It's also good just to, it'll be like 30 minutes maybe. It's good to like watch upper year reviews. To see
Absolutely.
how people present, and then also where you'll be. But yeah, I can like send out my drawings if people just want to look.
And you can organize as a studio. I mean, you know, when it's on YouTube, you're not going to have any
Mm-hmm.
risk of them hearing you, but you can be like a cheerleading squad for Sam.
Yeah, it's all on Zoom.
Great. Well, thank you all very much, and we look forward to seeing you on Monday morning at 8:45. It may start outside, just to give you a little more of a teaser. So we're all looking forward to it. And thank you, Sam, and thank you all the TAs for the pizza last night. That was a blast. And we got some great pictures. They'll probably be all over social media soon. You know, you all look great. You all look tired, but you all look great. And so anyway, enjoy the next couple of days, the weekend. And we don't have class on Friday. You know that already. And we'll see you bright and early on Monday morning. If anyone has anything you'd like to discuss before then, shoot me an email. We'll try to figure it out. But we'll have plenty of time next week to talk during these sign-up periods if you're interested. And that's optional. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. But if you want to, great. I'd look forward to seeing you one-on-one. So take care, everybody, and